All right. Noting the hour and the presence of a quorum, I call the ABRSC Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee to order. Wow, I've never used that before. Thank you, everybody. Noting the hour and the presence of a quorum, I call the Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee to order. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting online may use ActonTV's YouTube channel, which is found at the top of the agenda. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted on ActonTV's website at actontv.org. So I'll note that we had some questions about capacity. We made sure that we got some more seating this evening so that we could welcome you. There is additional seating in room 23, which is up the hallway that way. So if you see people coming in who are looking for a place to sit, they can go up there, and the broadcast is being shown live. We had some questions about could we move the meeting to a different venue, and the fact is we just don't have the technology to both do the live broadcast, which allows people to be able to follow along at home, and also move locations. So that's the setup that we've got. We're really glad to see you all here. This is great to see our seats filling. And yeah, let's get this thing going. So we're going to start out with public comment part 1. Per school committee policy BEDH, members of the public are invited to speak for up to 3 minutes on topics not currently related to AB Forward. Speakers must be recognized by the chair before speaking. The committee does not typically respond to comments during public participation. Before we launch into this, I'm going to ask an AB Forward public comment question. Can I see a show of hands of who's thinking they might want to comment during the listening session, so I can give you an idea of how much time we'll have available? Okay, keep your hands up, please, while we do math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
About 30.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hands down. So assuming we keep about those numbers, we should be able to continue with our planned 1 minute and 30-second comments. And I see more people coming in, so we'll take a look at that when we get a little bit closer. So maybe think about what a 1-minute version might look like just in case. Okay, so coming back to public comment on things not related to AB Forward, we will take those comments now.
Good evening. I'm David Martin, Acton Select Board. Just 2 quick things. I wanted to remind people that elections are coming up this spring in both Acton and Boxborough. In Acton, there are a number of positions available, from library trustee to select board, and maybe most important to this audience, there are several seats available from Acton on the school committee. If anyone is interested, you could contact a member of the school committee or the select board. I believe that any of us would be happy to help you, let you know what's involved. If you feel unsure because you don't know about town government, there's a solution for that too. Acton is holding a public service academy this spring. It's brand new, so there's not an easy to access link yet. I would suggest contacting manager at actonmad.gov if you're interested in finding out more about how the town government works. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not to be outdone, Kristen Hilberg, Chair of the Boxborough Select Board. I'm actually here. I know you had your budget subcommittee, I believe, this week. I think you've heard that Boxborough does not need an override this year, so a little less pressure on the budget. We have, Adam, remind me, it was a 5.3 or 5.7% factored into our budget right now? I don't remember. I sent you a text. At any rate, I believe we took the assessment that you sent to us in your preliminaries, and that's what we're using in our budget model, which still leaves us some levy capacity. I am speaking now for myself. I believe there's a little liquidity there. If we need a little plus or minus, I'll be advocating that we work with you. And then also, Boxborough also has a civic academy. Feel free if you're interested in volunteering or learning about us. We've actually been already doing it for 2 years, but I'm just teasing. Anyway, yeah, thank you very much for all you're doing. I empathize with what you're working through right now. Stay strong and let's get this done.
Thank you. Peter, Superintendent's update.
All right, thanks, Tori. I'm going to keep my
comments brief because I know we have a lot of public comment we want to get to and provide people time to speak. The only thing I really want to talk about, this past Monday we had a pretty significant incident over at Boardwalk campus in which the alarm system was triggered, which triggered kind of an Alice event at the school. That is a very, very frightening thing to have happen in this day and age. And I just want to say, you know, we're doing all the steps to take after-action reviews to make sure that doesn't happen again. We've actually found some faulty wiring in the building that needs to get rectified as a result of that. So we're already on that and working with vendors to make sure things are done accurately. You know, but the bottom line is if you ever have to put students out in faculty in a position where they're following an ALICE procedure that they didn't anticipate, that is tremendously frightening and anxiety provoking. I just want to make sure I commend all of our staff and administrators in that building for doing the right thing, because that's a very stressful situation. It's a situation where you have to use your best judgment. That's the intent of those drills and why we teach those procedures, is to teach people to use their best judgment in the moment. And our staff who are working with kids absolutely demonstrated fantastic judgment, because you don't know what's happening and you have to react in the moment. Fortunately, it was, you know, an incident that shouldn't have happened. It was something that we're working on to make sure we fully understand why it was triggered and what's going on. We're still in the process of looking at that. But I just wanted to thank all of our staff for the real just dedication to students that they showed in that moment.
Thank you, Peter. And yeah, just want to echo that as well. That's not something that you like hearing over the phone as a school committee member as well, but just really grateful to all of our staff for handling it so well. Thank you. All right, with that, we can get into AB Forward. So I'd like to invite Gabby and Natalia to come and join us, and they have some information to provide to us, taking a look at the teaching and learning side of the options, and then also how we're thinking about special education. So welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's so good to be here. Happy New Year. For those in the audience who don't know me, my name is Gabby Abrams, and I am proud and honored to serve as the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning for the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District. Tonight, we want to share and start by saying we recognize how deeply impactful this process has been for our families and colleagues, because it's not about systems and structures for all of us, but rather communities of care and connection that serve children. Natalia and I have prepared to share with you a high-level summary of some of the implications for each reorganization model. We've partnered with many others to push our thinking and enhance our insights, and while we understand that we are in this situation because of circumstance and not choice, our commitment to you is of hope and support and opportunity. Be assured that students and their well-being remain at the center of all of our thinking. We know well that the most important work that takes place in the school district is within our schools, and we continue to feel the privilege to serve that work. In early December of 2025, the school committee voted to approve an updated framework for our next strategic plan. This plan is anchored in our mission, vision, core values, and vision of a graduate. Before you are the 4 priority areas that were highlighted in the strategic plan adoption. These priority areas will serve as meaningful guideposts each stage of this reorganization process. This is an important one. Something I have come to realize during my first 18 months here is that open enrollment, while an incredibly unique and special opportunity in our community, has primarily highlighted what is different about our 6 elementary schools. What I have come to understand, however, is that our common shared strengths and practices are much more numerous than our differences. The efforts for coherence, consistency, and equity did not come without incredible hard work, and as a result, we have a very strong K-6 system. Each of our schools offers an excellent learning environment for students, and this should continue to be a point of pride. As a team, we aspire to continuously improve upon this work as a school district rather than a district of schools. And these many efforts here, highlighted, summarize a large set of practices inspired toward this goal. These areas of coherence are numerous, and the consistency is important and will continue to serve us well as we continue to grow, whatever comes our way. As you know, the school committee has a very difficult decision ahead of them. Connected with teaching and learning structures, we saw 4 areas that required some analysis in both options, and they're listed here. I'll break them down individually in the next slides. Please know that my intent is not to oversimplify something that in reality is really quite complex. We remain committed to partnership and the deep work to support these ideas and how they can be operationalized. The first implication shows how students matriculate through the schools in each option. The largest difference is that option 4 maintains a similar number of elementary schools, goes from 6 to 5, and option 5V2 reduces the distribution of students to 3 schools. For example, 3rd graders will be assigned to Parker Damon, Boardwalk, or Blanchard, so they would be spread across 3 schools versus 5. In option 5V2, students will transition to an upper school at the end of grade 3, but remain in the same physical location. One of the challenges in the field of education is the limited time available for professional learning, since most of our time as educators is spent with children. In option 4, full staff professional learning will continue to focus on the K-6 grade span and the continuum, and the educator preparation period during the workday, which is available to educators for collaboration as they choose, will continue to be a shared experience. In option 5V2, there is availability for professional learning to be geared to the grade level spans, but due to the number of sections of classes will increase from about 3 to about 6 to 7, it wouldn't be guaranteed that we could schedule preparation periods across the grade level without some careful scheduling. Our Wednesday professional time would be similarly structured. Regarding resources and learner support, option 4 continues to provide resources at the 5 sites and across a similar number of sections as we have now. School leaders certainly could examine the possibility of scheduling grade levels across schools in option 4, which would mean having specialized support personnel like reading and math specialists support 2 schools instead of 1. In option 5, version 2, with additional sections, we may have the ability to group students more closely by their areas of strength and need and bring practices across the 3 sites into closer coherence. Option 4 looks similar to the way schools are currently organized, with about 3 sections per grade level, whereas option 5, version 2, spreads students across 6 to 7 sections in the grade band schools in Acton. One opportunity the latter provides is it spreads student strengths and needs across more spaces, supporting greater heterogeneity and equity. Here is a high-level summary of the 4 considerations that I just presented. We know that many in the community are feeling uncertain and so worried right now, and we want to acknowledge that openly. Change can feel personal, and it can raise real concern about what lies ahead. We titled this slide From Strength to Strength because we truly believe it reflects who we are as a community. The strength of our system comes from the talent, care, and experience of our educators and support staff, and from our shared commitment to research and evidence-based practices. These strengths across every school and in every role give us a solid foundation to move forward with confidence. As our community continues to change, we remain committed to reflection, to growth, and to preparing students for the world they are becoming part of. Our vision of a graduate will anchor us as we continue to evolve as professionals, just as we always have. I'm deeply grateful and proud to do this work alongside you. At this time, we're going to hold questions, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Natalia Carroll, who's going to be talking about implications for special education, and we'll have an opportunity for questions at the end.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here and for your ongoing and shared commitment to our students and to the values that define this community. As Gabby stated earlier, students are at the very center of every decision we are making. And that commitment is guiding this work at every step. Our goal is to do right by our students and to ensure they are supported not only academically, but socially and emotionally as well. And when we talk about reorganization, it's important to acknowledge something very human. Our brains are wired to notice change as potential risk. When routines shift or the future feels unclear, our brains ask, am I safe? What's going to happen next? Who's going to be there for me? And that reaction doesn't mean that something's wrong. It's a natural reaction. The brain, though, is highly adaptable when the change is predictable, supported, and relational. As the district moves from 4 elementary buildings to 3 buildings, we have an opportunity to carefully think about where specialized programs will be located, how students, families, and staff are supported throughout the process, how we ensure equity, consistency, and strong outcomes across schools. The district has developed a comprehensive continuum of special education programs that are designed to support all students with disabilities. Those students require individualized approaches to learning, and in addition to the existing programming. So we are supporting currently our students with disabilities through learning centers, language and beyond program, Compass program, Connections, Pathways, Horizons, ODP, PACE, and STEP. STEP is a program that's available for the students at the secondary level, not at the elementary level. And this is the program that we are proposing and introducing in Acton-Boxborough. That's the program for students with significant cognitive needs who require direct systematic instruction to make effective academic progress. They also require explicit instruction in their functional and life skills and smaller learning environments, and especially staff who's highly specialized and uses highly specialized approach to address their needs. They also need to have a cohort of like peers. That's going to support their engagement, then their growth, and their sense of belonging. Research is very clear that students with developmental delays and intellectual impairments benefit most when intensive individualized instruction begins before gaps have widened. So this is the aspect where we need to provide very intensive, specialized instruction that's critical for building communication skills, independence, self-regulation, and foundational learning habits. So if we have a well-designed, specialized program that also allow us to intentionally plan inclusion opportunities, making inclusion truly meaningful and accessible for those students. But I just wanted to remind everyone that any placement decisions are the decisions of the team, and the parents are the members of the team and have their say in it. The reorganization of special education programs is grounded in a research-based framework. We looked at the least restrictive environment, multi-tiered system of supports, and a coherence framework when we are making our decisions. MTSS provide a district-wide structure for aligning interventions, staffing, and specialized programming. The LRE framework grants discussion and legal and research-backed expectations about proximity to typical peers, school-based access to services, maintaining program integrity and continuum, and minimizing unnecessary transitions. So what will not change, regardless of the option? I want to ensure everyone that the IEPs will be provided as they are written. We will not be changing how the services are provided, on what's being provided to the students because the reorganization is happening. All services, supports, accommodations will remain. They are protected by law. Special education staffing and related services will continue to be provided. And as now, the placement decision will be driven by students' needs, not by the fact that students is in a building with a program. The only thing that might change for the students in terms of IEP is the placement page, because some of the placement pages indicate the name of the school, and that might change as a result of the reorganization process. However, there are a couple of changes that will happen because of the reorganization. So for sure, some specialized programs may be relocated. Another thing that might change is how staff collaborate and plan together, how space and schedules are organized, and professional learning, that's for staff who are supporting students. But those changes are not instructional, they're structural, and are designed to support students more effectively. So when special education department engaged in that work, our logic followed the logic behind each path. Option 4, which really emphasizes continuity, and option 5V2, that's focused on systematic, coherence-driven approach. So let's take a closer look at option 4. This option largely keeps the current structure in place and prioritizes continuity and minimizing short-term change. So what that means for students is that many of them will remain in familiar program communities. Existing peer groups and routines are preserved for many children. Special education services are planned and delivered mainly at the individual school level. And the biggest change in that program, in that option, is that Connections program will be moving to Boardwalk. We recognize that many staff members and families have a deep and personal investment in the success of the program. I want to also recognize the meaningful relationships that the staff have built with students and families over time. The care, expertise, and dedication that staff brings to these works are fundamental to student success. And we understand that those recommendations may bring concerns or questions. Students' learning profiles, as well as reducing transition for pre-K students, were taken into consideration when deciding on the location. In addition, long-term vision for special education department is to have a continuity of programming. So in long-term, Connections, Pathways is intended to be also in one building. Option 5V2 uses the reorganization to intentionally align programs. This option prioritizes long-term consistency, equity, and alignment across the district. So what that means? Specialized programs are grouped together in the same building to create hubs. Think about hubs as centers for students with similar needs. Those students are served along peers with similar profiles. Staff with specialized expertise work more closely together. That also allows special education staff to really specialize and become experts in curriculum. Larger peer groups will support inclusion, belonging, and social emotional growth better. Connections and Pathways will be co-located to support autism and social pragmatic needs. And Campus and Lab would be aligned to strengthen therapeutic and language-based supports. The new STEP program would be located alongside the CASE out-of-district program to classroom to strengthen continuity. Both options, I just want to make clear, Path 1 and Path 2, meet all legal requirements. They protect program quality and maintain student services and supports. So in summary, option 4 prioritizes continuity and minimizing short-term change, while option 5V2 prioritizes long-term coherence, consistency, and equity through intentional system design. The district is committed to making transitions as smooth as possible. Especially, we recognize that there are students who will require significant support throughout the process. We recognize that there are students who have significant learning, communication, or behavioral needs, who experience high anxiety around change, who rely on predictability and routine. So those students will be prioritized to address their needs by the special education department. And we've already started that work by engaging in conversation with the program staff to identify those students. And I want to be clear, I'm not just thinking about students who are in specialized programs. There are students who are receiving services through learning centers and also have high needs, who will be needing extra support throughout that time. And some of the supports that we are started already planning for include individualized transition planning, and IEP teams will be involved to provide a high level of planning for those students. We are going to organize advanced visits to classrooms or schools once that's identified. Visual supports and social stories will be created, and ongoing monitoring and family communications. Throughout this process, we want to make sure that the parents are active members and engaged of everything and anything that we're planning for their children. The district is committed to listening to families, protecting continuity for students, and building strong, inclusive school communities. And we recognize that change can feel hard, especially for students who struggle with resilience. So we are approaching this work with care, transparency, and intention. The AB Forward Wellness Working Group is actively developing tools and strategies to support transitions, and those were posted on the website, as well as I shared them on Parent Square with the parents today. And we truly recognize the change that affects people differently and that staff well-being matters. As we move forward, I want to emphasize that reorganization is not simply a structural or operational decision, that it is a human process that directly affects everyone: students, families, staff, and the community. Our responsibility as a district is to ensure that this process is approached with care, clarity, and intention. For students who receive special education services, our commitment is to continuity, inclusion, and individualized support. For families, to continue to be engaged as partners. For staff, we acknowledge that supporting students well requires supporting adults who serve them. Ultimately, regardless of the reorganization model that's selected, the special education department is committed to ensuring that students are supported academically, socially, and emotionally, families are engaged, and staff are equipped and supported to do their best work. Thank you.
Thank you both. We really appreciate the hard work you've done to put this together, and especially just recognizing the timeline that we had and that there was a large holiday in the middle. You've really done a great job of responding to our questions. Thank you. So team, here's the plan. Let's do a lap of just one question. No comments right now. We're going to have time to talk later. And then we'll shift to our 75 minutes of the listening session. And then when it comes back to us, we will take the time that we need to follow up with questions to have conversation. Sound okay? Yes, actually. So I can see there are a couple of seats that are still available, and we also have an overflow room up in room 23, so that's up the ramp and just pretty much straight up the stairs, and you're going to walk right into it. And this is being broadcast up there. And then when it's time for comment, you can come down, but there are also seats up there as well. Can you raise a hand if you have an empty seat next to you, please? Okay, so there are a fair amount of seats that we can also help people find their way to. Awesome, thank you for that. Okay, would somebody like to lead off with questions? Lisa, we'll start down here.
Thank you both for the presentations, and I think it gives us a lot of comfort and solace having both of your dedication and expertise behind any changes that are made. We're so grateful for both of you. I just wanted to take a minute to direct a question to Natalia. I had the pleasure of being able to just to attend the virtual session last night where you provided a lot of the same information, and in the presentation that you just gave, you referred to some professional development around changes for staff that may have not been in a building with that program before. One of the questions that I had is specifically referring to students or general education students that were not previously in a building with a specific program, and if there was just any plan, while it's premature to ask what that plan would be, but just asking if there would be any plan just to help students have more informed interactions, so that way we build compassion, empathy, and understanding and foster more positive peer relationships.
Thank you, Lisa, for that question. I have to recognize that it's extremely important that regardless of where specialized programs are located, that we are ensuring that the needs of the special education students and their diversity is recognized and appreciated by everyone. The district already engaged in conversations with the program. It is called Understanding Our Differences, that will be supporting our the whole district in terms of bringing more awareness of what the needs of our diverse learners are, to have ambassadors who will be able to serve as peer leaders for the students with special education needs. However, I also want to make sure that we are not just looking at special education students, the ones who need support. I also want to recognize them and their leadership skills that we need to also focus on and build as we are building our new community.
Yinchen.
Thank you, both of you. I feel like Gabby's voice has a soothing effect on me. I feel very calm right now. I have a question. So should we go with option 5E2, geographic enrollment? Would the students who are placed in specific programs be sent to a specific school or campus? They won't be affected by the geographic location of their homes, right?
Students who are currently in specialized programs will continue with the specialized programs. The program structure is not changing.
No, I mean they will go to the program where the campus is.
Yes.
Adam?
Thank you both for the great presentation and memo. As I was looking at this, particularly in some of the special education program options around option 5V2, what I noticed was that we ended up having two fairly substantially separate programs, both STEP and the CASE program, which is already an out-of-district program, getting placed at a building that is, unfortunately, substantially separate from the rest of our campus. My question, and does not need to be answered now, but I think as we move through this process, it would be really helpful to see, outside of what's already listed in the special education program guide, how opportunities for inclusion, particularly for CASE and this new STEP program, could be incorporated at Blanchard, or specifically for STEP, since it's a new program for us and it's kind of outside the scope of reorganization. I would love to have a little bit more time for us to talk about STEP and what the outcomes and inclusion opportunities are for that. But I think particularly when you have these two substantially separate programs in a building, being very intentional about what those inclusion opportunities are so that families, as they read through this continuum of programs, can understand how their students might be incorporated. I would love to see something like that at a future presentation.
Glenn?
Thank you for the presentation. And piggybacking a little bit off of that, so I think I saw on the graph there that PACE and STEP were going to be at Blanchard under the model for option 5. But one thought I had is, yeah, that's the one. So I'm not sure how often this is the case, but I'm wondering about like multifactorial scenarios where like someone needs both intensive language support and also might need to be in STEP or something. Like maybe there's a student that would be like, I'd like to be in connections and STEP, but they're in 2 different places or something like that. But so this was, can you just address that a little bit? I'd like a little clarity on something like that.
Okay, so students who would be recommended for STEP programming, those are the students who have significant cognitive delays and require more of the functional life skills instruction. It doesn't mean that those students would not be then also provided with explicit instruction, for example, in social skills or pragmatics if they also have those needs. But if you think about why are we recommending students to specialized programs, is because student has a need for certain programming, right? So, and what is the primary need that we need to address through a specialized approach? All our decisions are really guided by the least restrictive environment that we are mandated to follow, which means that we have to make sure that we are educating our students along the non-disabled peers to the maximum extent possible. So that's where we start. And then there is the whole continuum of different supports and aids that we can provide before we end up being in a situation when we say that the student's need cannot be supported by the general education setting or cannot be supported through non-programmatic learning center because the student has a very specific need that our specialized program can address. And that's why I'm proposing the STEP program to ensure that we do have a continuum of programming. This is something that federal guidelines require us to do before we recommend that the student, for example, attends out-of-district program because we were not able to meet the needs of the student in one building. In terms of your example, students who might have both needs, so for example, students in STEP programming would have global delays, and if you're talking about students who also have pragmatic needs or autism diagnosis, those students are very well supported through Pathways program that addresses both skill needs.
Vikram?
Hi, thank you very much. It's a wonderful presentation. I think I'm still somewhat confused about how this would work logistically. If you're at Boardwalk and you need, say, lab or compass, does that mean you'd then be bused to that school, or are these sort of central hubs, and would those also be provided at, would you get lab at the Boardwalk campus, or would they just have to move, or how does that really work? I guess I'm unclear on that. Thank you.
Yes. So the idea of hub is to co-locate programs that are either have similar students with similar needs or complementary needs. So if you think about the Boardwalk hub, that would be hub that would be dedicated to students who are on the continuum of needs on autism spectrum. So autism spectrum is a continuum, and we should have a programming that reflects the continuum needs. And that's why the Boardwalk Hub was proposed. Then we would have the second one, which means that students who are in Compass or Lab would be at the Parker Damon Hub. And that would be where the program would be located, which means regardless of the enrollment option, this is where the students would be accessing their education.
Vikram, if I can jump in, I think I know what your question was. Right now, if we have a student who, attends Douglas and we recognize that maybe the student requires support through the Compass program, that student actually transfers schools over to McT, and that becomes their school. So it actually is a change of school when a student enters into a program very often. That's a practice now. It would continue to be the practice. I think one of the reasons in particular, having talked to Natalia about this, the idea of creating an autism spectrum hub was that students who might have a diagnosis of autism have a range of needs. And oftentimes, those needs don't fit perfectly into just one of the programs, either Pathways or Compass. They might be somewhere in between. And by being able to co-locate those programs in the same building, students actually then don't need to transfer schools in order to be able to receive support, and the support can be tailored to them.
I mean, aren't you necessarily going to have children who would say need lab and connections and STEP? I mean, then which building would you locate them in? Or have you sort of dissected this in such a way that it would optimize, generally children would be in these two or these two or these two?
Yeah, I mean, I'll let, I think Natalia, I think that was similar to Glenn's question of what happens if, students have kind of dual diagnoses and need different types of support. Oftentimes what happens, that's a really strong conversation that takes place in the team. And parents are part of the team, educators are part of the team, and there's a lot of thought given into which of the programs might meet the primary need for the student. And then what happens is the school then provides the additional supports necessary to support the student.
So I realize, just fine. What if you're on the far side of Acton by Narrow Park and then you actually have to go to Blanchard? I mean, how is that going to be handled?
The same way it does now. I mean, it actually, and I understand, it's actually a challenge, and that's what we have to do now, unfortunately, too. So, yeah.
Liz.
Thank you. My question is actually for Gabby, moving away from special education to more generalized. When I look at option 5V2, one concern that I have is potential loss of the specialized approach which currently exists in Miriam and McT. I'm sure that this is something that you have thought about, and I just wondered what are some potential options that we could look at to maintain that special approach and still have that be available to our students.
It was on, correct? Oh, now it's better. Thank you. Sorry about that. The philosophical approach, the instructional approach, the pedagogical approach of arts integration and project-based learning, which I'm going to, at deeper questions about this, I defer to our Miriam and McCarthy team. But what I would say to you is there is a commitment in those schools towards implementing our core curricula in ways that may be a little bit different, that may look a little bit differently. And it's not necessarily an everyday thing. I see projects actually across the district. I see art integration actually across the district. One of the things that excites me about this opportunity is the idea of not to lose the excellence and the talents and the innovation of our educators, but to rather spread and pollinate those ideas. One of the favorite parts of our job is that we can hop from school to school to school to school, 6 schools, and say, oh my gosh, I just had this conversation over at Conant, and there's this teacher over there who's doing some really cool things about it, and I bet you should talk to them. Do you even know who that person is? No. In version 5v2, it reduces the number of schools that we're going to school to school to school, and it really opens up that opportunity to cross-pollinate these practices of excellence and to share and to ask the Miriam and honor Miriam and McT educators specifically to say, what are your units of study that you deeply, deeply feel are most impactful for learners that utilize arts integration or project-based learning? The commitment they've made to professional learning around these pedagogies is something that I would be willing to offer many educators as we continue to expand this, but really to go from strength to strength, really share those practices.
Andrew.
Thank you. I actually have a question for both of you. I kind of dug into your memos, got excited reading them, and I have stuff. So Gabby, in looking through your memo, you mentioned you're going from strength to strength. I think is worthwhile to think about. And reviewing the research that was conducted for us during this course of this process, it was determined that students were significantly impacted by the number of transitions made within the schools, and that smaller, more focused classes or sections result in better outcomes. And also, with the hybrid banding option, each school would then be limited to about 3 or 4 years of a student's educational career. And that by shifting to a new structure of the district, all current PTOs, community groups, parent, teacher, student relationships would end, and new support structures would need to be recreated. And considering all that research attests to these facts, and that among your key areas are student-centered, culturally affirming, trauma-informed, social and emotional learning anchored instructional practices, and the value of family partnerships, I was wondering how, as we got to your conclusion, you were focusing on monitoring to try to understand what shifts needed to happen to be able to maintain continuity. I was curious as to how you were going to go about monitoring that, what you were looking to measure, how you were measuring it, and what level of effort would be necessary for us to maintain the continuity of the kind of soft quality of the district that we have now when we get into this new phase. And I do have a question for you tonight, but please.
I think you
said one question for each in the memo to us.
No, it was one question for each member, but okay.
Is that your favorite question? I'm happy to answer it.
It was my first question.
Okay, I'm happy to answer it. Thank you for your question. So I think one of the benefits of the model that is remaining is that it's a hybrid grade banded model, which means that it's not a separate school of grade K to 3 students and a separate school, physical location. So they are co-located buildings. So I think the research really does speak to the fact that there needs to be continuity, and we have built-in continuity with a co-located structure like that. So there'll be incredible, intense collaboration and meaningful connection with the K to 3 and the 4 to 6 principal. And similarly, and this is what gets me really interested about options for support, there'll be very similar cohesion and collaboration between the two K to 3 principals and the K to 6 principal. So the opportunity for us to really look at early literacy, early numeracy for kiddos, to really narrow down the areas of focus, to look at the developmental stages within this model has a nice potential benefit to it. We're going to make either model successful, and I'm incredibly hopeful of that because we are already successful, and model version option 4 provides a very similar structure to what we have. But in terms of monitoring that, we would monitor it just the way that we do now. So we have common assessments that are across the 6 elementary schools that will be 5 elementary schools or 3 elementary schools in the future. We have common assessments. We look at achievement data, we look at social emotional learning data, we have opportunities to engage with families, and it's really incredibly important that families understand that they are the first and most important educators in their kiddos' lives. And so we'll continue to look at all of those data points to monitor the effectiveness of this work. And we'll never be there, right? I always say this is a journey, not a destination. We'll always have room to grow in this journey, but we'll continue to monitor all of those markers that tell us and that give us information that students are making effective progress and becoming what we intend them to become and what they hope to become in the future.
So Can we go to Lakshmi and Leela, who haven't had a chance to ask a question yet? Lakshmi?
Hey, Gabby. Me? Yes. So for me, nothing sticks out more than the targeted, the keyword targeted, right? Targeted approach to kids, helping kids, right? In 5v2. So I'm trying to get my head around it. We blend different schools, different philosophies, different styles, and bring it together. How, at this point, parents seem to feel that it helps them because it's kind of targeted for their kids' style, right? But my thinking is this will probably even expand on that. And I was wondering if you have given thought on how to leverage the new structure in 5v2 to make targeting more, should I say, efficient?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair question. I would say that both options provide us the opportunity for targeted support. So I don't want to, and our current practices are very targeted. We try very, very hard if we have a student who has a letter naming need or a fluency need or a nonsense words need. I'm just using some Dibble subtests for you all. If you have students who have specific areas of need, we do our very, very best to try to group those students across classrooms with the same need so that we're working on the same skill. It's like going to a workout class and you're working on one muscle group and you're trying to work together. But if you have a group of students with option 5 and our current situation with 3 sections to draw from. So say it's time to intervene with a grade 3 group of kiddos on a specific skill. With only 3 classrooms or sometimes 2 classrooms to draw from, sometimes we can't fill that section with enough students who have that need. So to make sure that our resources and our humans who are incredibly talented are most efficiently used and that we can have exposure to kiddos, sometimes we have to mix muscle groups. Yeah. And so that just happens naturally. When you do have, but it's the aim and the focus and the intention is for targeted work all the time. In 5v2 with more sections of kiddos across a grade level, you have an opportunity to pull from more classrooms and therefore create more pure muscle group workouts, I guess. It's a good metaphor. I haven't even actually thought of this one before, but really working on those specific skills. So it does provide an opportunity for some efficiency, but I just want to be clear that targeted intervention is absolutely the goal in all of our programs and all of our schools currently, and we do have an ability to make it a little bit more efficient with 5v2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my turn. Natalia, I found it really interesting to think about what a STEP program might look like from an elementary perspective. I think kind of the first description I heard about it was describing it as more of being life skills focused and involving functional academics. And tonight I heard you describe it more as gap closing. And so I was kind of curious about that because a conversation that has come up with people who are involved in some of these programs has been whether or not we're keeping students on a path to be able to graduate by 22, because all of our students who've got IEPs, have the potential to have that extra time. And so I'm wondering how we ensure that we keep students' options open if we are starting a program this early that takes them out of kind of a classical academic track.
Thank you for the question. And I understand there are differing philosophies when it comes to educating students with disabilities who have significant delays or significant needs. And what research agrees is that those students really benefit from systematic, direct approach to their education. So they have certain way in which they learn academic skills. When I think about functional literacy or math, direct approach works best, and researchers agree to that. The second argument would be that no matter what the placement is, it does not dictate whether or not the student will graduate high school or not. with the diploma. So you do have students who are currently in STEP program who are on track to graduate from high school successfully. When I think about programs, I think about students' needs. What is it really that the student needs to become the most independent? What is the vision for the student? What family wants for the student? And how can we best support the student and family's vision for the student to be successful?
Thank you. Okay, so Andrew, I'm going to ask, because if we do another round here, we're looking at probably another 20 minutes. Is this something that could maybe wait for when we get to the committee back and forth?
I think we can hold off on it. It had more to do with kind of the way that the two paths were positioned in her thing.
Okay, so hold that thought, and when we get to the back and forth, I'm hoping that you two will still be able to stay with us just in case we have further questions for you. But thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so I see we have a few more people in the room. So next question I'm going to ask, and I will also give a moment here for anybody who's up in room 23 to come down and join us. But can we see a show of hands from who's in the room now of who is hoping to speak during public comment or listening session? Yeah, okay. So what I'm seeing right now is I think we can still go with our 90-second plan. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I am about to set a timer on my phone. It is going to go off at 75 minutes. At 75 minutes, I will apologize to anybody who's still on the line, but the place that we will ask you to submit your public comment will be through our public comment form. And that's going to stay open. Like, you can continue to submit that all the way up through our next vote on the 22nd. And the reason behind that is, if you choose to stick around, we could be here for a while because we haven't had a whole lot of time to talk about this, and we as a committee can only do this in a posted public meeting. So we have to protect that time as well. So what we're going to do is we have some staff members here who are going to help guide you. Don't jump yet. I'll tell you when to jump. who will guide you in following the signs to form a line. And those are going to bring you up to these two microphones, and we'll get those all set up for you. They're wonderful new microphones. You don't have to turn them on. You can just walk up. You don't have to. They've got a field, so you don't have to be right up on them to make them work. You don't have to touch them. Please, especially don't touch the tips. You can see that we've got a timer up here, and it's going to change color as you get close to your time being up. And if you're going over, I'm going to be a little bit louder this time in saying something. I understand that some of our speakers last time couldn't hear that I was actually telling them that their time was up. But understanding that if you go over, you are taking time from somebody else who's in line, right? So let's just all do our best to make that work. If we have a number of speakers that go over, we have a new capability with this microphone. We are going to ask our technical director here to turn the microphone off, and we will go to the other microphone and they can start speaking. But let's try not to do that. Kind of like Acton Town Meeting, you've heard our moderator comment that if you agree with a previous speaker and you don't have any new comments to add, it is totally okay to get up there and just tell us that. We're good with that. And I think I have covered pretty much everything else there. I think there are some, yep, go ahead.
One clarification. There's one button that you do have to push to talk. It's the picture of the person talking. You push that to talk. Please don't touch this portion of it, okay? We're good.
And then just the other comment I'll make is all comments are welcome here. So we're not going to applaud, we're not going to boo, we're not going to hold up signs, we're not going to start the wave in the auditorium. Please let everybody have their opportunity to say whatever it is they need to say. And, we all recognize that, especially for those of us with kiddos in the district, by the time we hit junior high, we're all going to school together. So we're all one big team. We'll figure this out together. Okay, so with that, Sherry is standing at where the head of the line is, and our We can kind of form working our way backwards. Yep, up the ramp, and then it works its way.
So you're going to go to that microphone, you're going to come here first, and I'm going to probably send 3 people.
Thank you, Sherry.
Very loud Italian voice.
Sherry, you're doing great. And with that, please go ahead and get ourselves lined up. All right, thank you all for doing such a great job lining up. We're going to go. Yenshin, cover your ears. Okay. Thank you all for doing such a great job lining up. We're going to start over here and we will alternate microphones.
Thank you, Tori. My name is Amanda Bailey. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Acton-Boxborough Special Education Parent Advisory Council. I'm speaking in that capacity. To follow up on the presentation we just heard, we have families who are very concerned about the development of a functional or academic life skills program at the elementary level that could potentially off-road their children very early on in their education from a diploma track. The CPAC is tasked with working with the district on the development, advising on the development and the establishment of these kinds of programs, and we hope that there will be a commitment to working with families as we go through that process. Shifting over to AB Forward, what is right is not always popular, and what is popular is not always right. Open enrollment has never been equitable for students with disabilities in Acton-Boxborough, and you've seen me and heard me here many times say, not everyone gets a choice. Even if we reframe it now as you may have a preference and you may not get that preference. The moment is now to do the hard thing and also the right thing. Please move to geographic enrollment if we choose option 5.2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Kathy Cuddy and I'm the parent of a current Conant second grader and 2 kids who have yet to enter the school system, one who's scheduled to start in September. I'd like to address the enrollment options under Plan 5V2. Thank you to the committee for continuing to ask for parent and community feedback. I really appreciate that and the time allotted to us today. I want to talk about the argument made at the last meeting that it would somehow be positive for Conant children to enter what was described as stable environments of the undisturbed Douglas and Gates schools. This argument is unconvincing and dismissive of the very real negative impacts to exclusively distributing Conant students. There is a huge difference between being the new kid in an existing class and being one of many students in a new class. If Conant children are the only ones moved, they are not just changing buildings, they become the outsiders, walking into pre-formed friend groups, established social hierarchies, and existing power dynamics. They are at both an institutional and social disadvantage on day one. That's not stability. That's walking into a room where everyone else already has a seat. I've heard Douglas and Gates parents say very sincerely that they will be incredibly welcoming, and I believe that. But kids are kids. You cannot mandate belonging. And you cannot legislate friendship. Pretending that is possible may make the adults feel better about what Conant kids would be asked to do, but it does not change their social reality. And no, this is not about making everyone suffer because my kid is going to suffer. It's about whether any group of children needs to suffer at all.
Your time is up.
Oh, hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joanna Farrell, and I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker with expertise in child and adolescent behavioral health and crisis intervention. And I'm also the parent of 2 4th graders at Conant. I'm here to state my strong professional opposition to the targeted dissolution and assimilation of Conant. If Conant students are the only ones moved, it's a forced displacement into environments like what was said before, where social structures, peer groups, and dynamics are already firmly established. That places children at an immediate and measurable disadvantage socially, emotionally, and academically. I experienced this type of disruption myself growing up in Concord, when students from multiple elementary schools were randomly split between two middle schools. I was assigned to one school and my closest friends were assigned to the other. That abrupt loss of my peer network had a significant and lasting impact on my academic functioning, social development, and emotional well-being. This is not hypothetical harm. It is real, predictable, and preventable. From a clinical standpoint, the research is unequivocal. Involuntary school moves, especially those that separate children from established peer groups, are associated with increased anxiety, social withdrawal,
15 seconds.
academic regression, and difficulty integrating into pre-existing social hierarchies. These effects are strongest when only one group of children is displaced, exactly as is still being considered. I urge the committee to reject this targeted plan and pursue district-wide equitable solutions that do not place a developmental burden on a single group of children.
We moved to Acton 10 years ago because of the schools. Last year, our eldest son, who struggles socially and emotionally with transition, started kindergarten at Gates and settled into his new school, met new teachers and staff, made new friends, learned new routines, and learned so much new academically. Now a first grader, he couldn't wait to go back to school. He was sad the first day was only a half day. He loves his teacher, he loves the staff, he has a great group of friends, he's found his home away from home at Gates. When we talked to our son about the possibility of moving schools, through tears he asked, what if I give them all my money? What if, will that be enough? What if we give all our money, even the money in the bank? Our family has been in survival mode ever since our sons were born in 2019 and 2021. New parents in a pandemic, searching for support in a community. We were all drowning, and this is the first year it's felt like we finally have our heads above water, and we found our place in the Acton community at Gates. This is a generation of kids that's been impacted by COVID school closings, celebrated key milestones over Zoom, and has developmental and social emotional delays as a result. Are we really going to do this to them again? Please choose option 4, or at minimum, don't relottery or redistrict kids and staff. Please don't put our kids through this. Don't take away their community. Please don't make our sons start over again. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
I'm going to read quickly. My name is Melissa Cherish. I am a McCarthytown mom and a former Merriam mom. I hear and appreciate all the concerns of the Conant parents. In option 4, I just want to point out that half of McCarthytown and Merriam students would also be sent out to other schools. Based on my children's experience, the single greatest asset in this district is our teachers and support staff. So I'm confident that students will be learning and growing regardless of the reorganization outcome. My biggest concern is the relationships our kids already have and how big a transition it feels to start from scratch. I know there's talk of considering the current 5th graders, and I urge you to do that. And place them with kids that they already know and feel comfortable with in any option. In option 5, I can see the exciting potential for teachers to share their unique approaches with teachers from other schools. But as a high school teacher my whole adult life, I also know the important impact on students of the organic collaboration between teachers who have worked together for years and developed friendships and gone through different stages of life and career together. I'm not sure how teachers would be moved around in this option, but I urge you to pay careful attention to both teacher and student placement. Thank you.
15. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julia Mayhew. I'm an Acton resident, and my children attend Merriam. And option 4 has really been mischaracterized as a merger. A true merger would not send 349 students, according to the documentation provided, from both Merriam and McCarthytown to be distributed across the 4 other schools in the district. On the high end, about 92 of them would be going to Gates, and on the low end, about 33 of them would be going to Blanchard. So when you consider that 2 schools make up those 33 students, and are split across grades 1 through 6. How many friends or familiar peers would our students have in that new school? They would be, as a parent commented before me, the new kids at school and have to deal with all the stresses and anxieties and transitions and changes that would come along with that. We should not be asking just a few children to bear the brunt of this disruption coming from this reorganization and the budget problems our district's facing. Because of this, I support option 5.2 with all kids coming into a new environment together. No one has to be the new kid at school.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lena Bodger. I'm an AB parent. I disagree wholeheartedly with distributing only a single community in any of the remaining options, whether that be option 4 or only Conant students in option 5V2. I understand where Douglas and Gates' parents are coming from, and if I had a student that was in a building or school that was not closing, why would I want my student to move? However, this is not a single community's problem. This is a district-wide problem, and we are being provided with the opportunity for a systemic reset. We should own the full extent of that systemic reset, as painful as that may be. We need to set ourselves up to do all we possibly can so that when a future tax override is needed in a year or 2 or 5, we can look back and say honestly that we did it all when the opportunity arose. That opportunity is now. Please support geographic enrollment under option 5V2. As mentioned in the strategic plan priority areas, let's build new intentional communities together that create a sense of belonging for every student, family, and educator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Yassine Abu Al-Noor. I'm a Conant parent who's been following this process for months. Last time I was here, I said option 5V2 with the Conant redistribution picks Conant, a majority-minority community, as the target of disruption and calls it equity. That still hasn't changed. We have 2 options on the table in front of us. Option 4 could be described as the least disruptive, but minimally disruptive and systemic change are mutually exclusive concepts. So if we're actually choosing systemic change, we need to own it. We need to go all the way. It's too late to invoke minimal disruption now, because our kids are going to bear the brunt of this either once now or multiple times in installments later. Under 5V2, geographic enrollment is the only fair option. Everyone assigned by where they live and no community is singled out. The reality is, open enrollment is no longer viable. Probably not financially and definitely not politically. The last override barely passed, and we know we will need another. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lindsay Entwistle, and I have the privilege and honor of being a Connections teacher and a Conant community member. After the release of the special education memo on Tuesday, it has become evidently clear that there has been a lack of transparency during this reorganization process. It's also highly alarming listening tonight that many of you on this committee don't know how our special education programs function within the district, and you're the ones making the decision. Until this week, our understanding at Conant was that option 4, keeping the Conant community together, meant exactly that, keeping the entire Conant community together. It was never communicated to us that Connections would be moving to the Boardwalk campus regardless of the decision. I'm angry and heartbroken for my students that you don't see them as part of the Conant community, nor do you see how greatly this will affect them. Regardless of the option chosen, the students in Connections will be impacted greatly. They're losing friendships that took hard work to form and maintain. They're losing staff who have had years of experience working with this population, something no PD will ever be able to replace. This reorganization process feels as though it has been dishonest. We've spent time in your focus groups, filling out your surveys, and emailing you, advocating for the needs of our students, but it all feels like it has been ignored, and I have never felt less respected or less valued. I hope that in the future, our students will be put first, that their needs will actually drive these decisions. Our hearts are heavy, but no matter what the future holds for our program, I know my colleagues and I will continue to advocate and show up for our students and their families each and every day, because that is what they deserve, not this.
Hi, I'm an AB parent with children in 2nd and 4th grade. Initially, I was in support of option 4 because after learning that our building was going to close, I wanted to preserve a sense of familiarity for the Conant community, for my kids. But I've since come to see that preserving identity and stability for some schools and not for others runs counter to the values we should be modeling as a district. If we're truly committing to a district-wide reorganization, we shouldn't be trying to keep half of our schools exactly the same. Equity is hard. It can feel uncomfortable. But tonight we need to center the well-being of our students and educators. How do we ensure every child and every teacher has access to the resources that they need to succeed? Creating new schools under 5V2 allows all students to benefit from the strength of this district, regardless of where they attend. Geographic assignment is the fairest way to move us forward, and it sets the stage for a solution that works for all schools, not just some. Our kids may want familiar buildings, but what they need is a unified, supportive community focused on preparing them for the future. I urge the committee to choose what is right, not what feels easiest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jasmine Darling. My niece and nephew go to Conant. My son is at McT. My hope for our community is unity. I support version 5.2, assuming that it creates schools with similar pedagogy. Ideally, we take the best aspects of all schools and create 3 buildings with art integration, project-based learning, and support students in their academics with the love and care they have been receiving from their teachers. I am strongly against an immediate redistribution of all students by geography or open lottery. Under version 5.2, all students at Parker, Damon, and Boardwalk will also experience a significant change. Each student will become one of over 120 in their grade instead of one of 60. They will be dispersed amongst a larger group of new peers. There's no need to disrupt all of the students in the district further than what will already occur. At McT, the class placement each year has been very thoughtful. I believe the administration and teachers can continue a thoughtful approach to the distribution and organization of students. For example, at Parker Damon, the upcoming 4th grade class could consist of 3 McT sections, 2 Miriam sections, and 1 Conant section. The students could be cohorted to have a class with at least 50% of students from their previous school, familiar faces while making new friends. With the geographic redistribution, you may have many students who see very few familiar faces based on their geographic location, while others may have a significant number of known peers. My recommendation would be to move towards a transition to geographic distribution with incoming kindergarten classes and new enrollment, which could then occur over the next 7 to 10 years as siblings come through, or keep open enrollment. Please keep cohorts together. Please minimize disruption. Please work
15
towards
seconds.
a unified community.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Gulati Rhodes. I'm a McCarthytown parent of a 3rd grader and a kindergartner. I would like to just make 2 points. I would like to remind the school committee that the problem we face is a district-wide budget crisis. The burden of these fiscal challenges should not exclusively be placed on any one school or any one building. Therefore, as you would see in option 5.2 enrollment option 3 or option 4. I also want to express my hope as leaders that you lead and do not fall prey to mob mentality. To echo what Amanda said earlier, what is popular is not always right, especially in regards to 5.2 enrollment option 3 and option 4. I urge you to support 5v2 with geographic enrollment.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ken Young. I've got 2 kids at Conant, and as the parent of 2 children at Conant, I've only recently really come to terms with the reality that our Conant school will be closing and leaving our community's future uncertain. Nobody really asked for this, but this is our current reality, and as the prior speaker mentioned, this is a district-wide problem. And given the circumstances, I support option 5v2 and specifically an enrollment process that eliminates school choice and moves to a geographic-based assignment across the district. This option does not solely move any one school community into an already established school setting. Our main responsibility, though, right now really needs to be obsessing how we create the conditions such that every child is supported through any transition and is able to show up each day with a feeling of inclusion and belonging. Not some children, not most children, but all children. And the truth is, our kids are watching us. They're watching us right now, and we have a tremendous opportunity to role model and put into practice what it looks like to come together and build community. I encourage us not to look at this as a zero-sum game where in order for this to be less bad or more tolerable for my family, other families have to lose something, and I refuse to accept that that's the only path. So let's choose an outcome that places the responsibility on all of us to move towards the future together rather than simply trying to shift the pain from one community to another. This work is called AB Forward for a reason, so let's ensure that all of us and all of our children move forward together toward a new start and then one that is full of hope, opportunity, and potential. Thank you.
My name is Caitlin Norsworthy, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Conant. I'm here to share my serious concerns regarding the decision to remove the Connections program from our school. Connection students are currently included in our classroom and in our school community in ways that honor both their strengths and their needs. Conant has intentionally built a culture of inclusion where all students belong. Many students in the Connections program face challenges developing and maintaining relationships, yet with years of consistent support, they've formed meaningful and lasting connections with their peers and staff. Our entire student body benefits from learning in this inclusive environment. Removing the most vulnerable students from their established peer groups is deeply concerning. This concern is especially significant in the current state of option 4, where the rest of Conant would remain intact while Connection students are removed. I cannot imagine my students learning that most of them might stay together next year while some cannot simply because of their disabilities. This directly contradicts the values of inclusion and belonging that we teach every day. I'm also troubled by the lack of clarity around why Connections could not remain with Conant if the school were to move to the Parker Damon building. The Conant community has not been meaningfully engaged in this decision. As someone who served on the steering committee for months, it's frustrating to see such a significant decision made without collaboration. If option 4 is considered, it should only move forward
15
with
seconds.
plans to keep the Connections program with the Conant community. If option 5 version 2 is selected, it must be implemented in a way that is truly student-centered, and geographic enrollment is the only way to do that. Please keep our most vulnerable students front of mind. Thank you.
Hello. My name's Abby Jaffe, and I'm an AB parent with kids currently at Miriam. Option 4 does not deliver the operational efficiencies we need for long-term stability. It maintains 5 separate schools with distributed resources rather than creating consolidated structures that actually achieve financial stability. We risk having to restructure again in a few years. Beyond the financial concerns, option 4 concentrates significant disruption on 2 school communities, dissolving both and redistributing hundreds of students while largely preserving others. This sends a message about whose stability matters and whose does not. Every option creates disruption, but the question is whether we make decisions that benefit the entire community long-term or protect some at the expense of others. Option 4 asks specific communities to bear the burden so others don't have to, and this does not reflect the values that we hold consistently across our district. Whatever option is chosen, we need concrete plans for preserving research-backed educational practices across any configuration, not just assurances that we'll build cultures together. I urge you all to choose an option that achieves genuine financial stability, distributes impact equitably, and benefits the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Taylor Luke, and I am a 3rd grade teacher in my 6th year at Conant School. The biggest thing that I want to say is that there is no Conant without the Connections program. Every aspect of my practice as a general education teacher is informed by that program because that is what it means to be truly inclusive. In option 4, to claim that the Conant community would stay together while simultaneously excising the Connections program makes the option not only unappealing, but unacceptable. I reiterate, there is no Conant without Connections. It feels frankly insulting to drop this information this late in the process and to expect everyone to just accept it. As an educator, I feel it is my job to say something on behalf of those 28 students who make up the Connections program and who are arguably the most vulnerable among us. The words equality and equity have been tossed around a lot in regard to this process, and I feel that ripping only the students in the Connections program away from the rest of their peers is neither of those things. Short-term disruption still has long-term implications. To be honest, both of the remaining options make me feel sick to my stomach, and yet a decision will have to be made. I urge you to truly think about the students when you are making this decision, and especially our most vulnerable students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kate, and I'm a parent of 3 elementary age kids who love their school just like every other kid in the district. Their lives will be shaped, obviously, by the choices that are made in this room. I have to admit, I don't know what the right thing to do is, but this is an opportunity not just to make changes, but to build a new future for our kids. One that continues to be centered on their social, emotional well-being, potential, and sense of community. At my kids' bus stop, 15 kids get on the bus, spanning 4 different schools. AB Forward is obviously a recurring topic among parents at the stop, and despite the worry and frustration, everybody just wants what's best for their kid. But change is necessary, and I'm asking that the impact of these changes be shared by all. One suggestion is a way that we could have all families go back into the lottery, giving the most impacted families priority and first choice to give those students a chance to keep some of their similar community together, or to redistribute students through a thoughtful geographic placement. Our kids are watching how adults solve hard problems right now. My kids were freaking out about this before I came to this meeting today with tears and all that. We should put aside our differences and come together to build a stronger, better future for all our kids.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Paquin. I'm a mom of a 4th grader at AB Elementary. And I've been following this for the past 5 months or so, and it's been a journey. And I just wanted to thank all of you and the subcommittee for your incredible work. hear from the other people that have commented today. There's still a lot of work to do, and I appreciate each of us having the opportunity to come up and have these comments, so thank you for that. I guess I just want to say that I know that every parent here wants the very best for their kid. I know that I want the best for my kid too, and I think we need to do what's right in the long run, and we don't want to be back here again doing this again. So I'm encouraging you to take the step of retiring open enrollment and moving to a more geo-based enrollment. And it's red, so I think I need to stop talking.
You're doing fine. Keep going.
Okay. I'm sorry. And I'm nervous as usual. So I guess that's all I'm going to say. And thank you for your work. Yep.
Thank you. Hang on a sec. Let's get this functioning. All right, we're going to keep going, and I will give you more warning than 15 seconds. Go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. Hi, my name is Tippett, and I'm currently on a leave of absence from my position as a 5th grade teacher at McCarthy Town. In the interest of time, I'm just going to list my comments. Something that's gotten lost in these conversations is that the cost savings from either option come from laying off even more staff in our district. Whether you choose option 4 or 5v2, I urge you not to choose class size model C, which eliminates 11 classroom teachers and would lead to class sizes exceeding 25 students in grades 5 and 6. We know that students' needs have changed. Please stop telling us to do more with less. Choose model B instead. McT has the highest percentage of low-income families, Hispanic students, and Black or African American students in our district. It's also historically been the top choice for many two-mom families in the district.
45 seconds.
I am in favor of disrupting as few students, families, and staff as possible, especially those who are members of marginalized communities already under attack in this country. Should you move forward with option 5v2, I urge you to allow next year's 5th and 6th graders to remain with their current cohort and assigned to a familiar teacher to the maximum extent possible. I recommend giving the upper schools 2 years to determine what the future will look like and provide as much stability and consistency as possible for our oldest students. The district frequently talks about making decisions based on what
15
students
seconds.
need first. What's rarely named is that teachers almost always feel that we come last.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natasha Sikorsky-Yankin. I'm an AB parent, and I have 2 kids at Douglas. When considering the path forward, I urge you to return to one of the initial stated goals, and that was of minimizing disruption. While it is true that children are resilient, fully redistributing almost 2,500 students is an unnecessary test of that resilience. Many community members have noted they changed schools frequently as a child and it was fine. I think what is left out of that statement is that it was fine because they were able to find comfort and stability in the friends, classrooms, teachers, and administrators who'd welcome them and were able to share their insights, experiences, helping to provide that calm transition. Regardless of which path forward is chosen, changes will be felt by every one of the students, teachers, and administrators. What is before you is a question of that order of magnitude, one that ranges from transitions for many to chaos for all. And I say chaos not because of a lack of effort or professionalism. I say chaos because of the extent of unsettling that will be experienced by our children despite the best efforts by our faculty and administrators. The loss of academic time that will result from the need to reacclimatize half, if not more, of the student populations at these campuses will have an impact that will be felt for years to come
15
and
seconds.
will leave these kids in this district playing catch up. I urge you to recognize and remember that minimizing disruption will have a positive impact for all of the children in our district.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ann Denz. I'm an AB parent, and I have a 3rd grader at Douglas and a new one coming in next year. And I just wanted to I've noticed that everybody's talking about geographic relocation, and I feel like we've sort of skipped a step, and we're not really talking about what we actually want the schools to be. We're going to have multiple buildings. If we're going to do school choice, it doesn't make a ton of sense if we're going to make everything homogeneous, but it may make sense to do it geographically. I do want to say I believe at this point we are already turning things over if we're going to go with 5v2 or v5.2. We're already changing the buildings, and to add additional change with the geographic does concern me, and I encourage you to try to preserve some of the legacy families and staff within the buildings that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pallavi Golecha. I'm a mother of a third grader at Gates. The current proposal raised serious concerns. First, they disrupt every single student's stability. Children who have worked hard to build friendships and have adjusted well will face unnecessarily upheaval. Second, they create challenge for educators who will need to manage entire class of disoriented students. Third, geographic-based enrollment introduces inequities and even impact property values. In towns like Sharon, homes near top schools sell for anywhere between $1 million to $2 million, and rest of the town, median's around $950,000. This impacts community beyond school and not just our school students and families. Most importantly, these changes offer no additional academic or financial benefits. There are options that achieve the same financial goals without widespread disruptions. I respectfully oppose any plan requiring a full relottery or geographic reassignment. Instead, keep current students in their schools, exhaust less disruptive options like waitlists and volunteers, and offer choices to the unfortunate displaced families. Over 800 community members have signed a petition in solidarity. Student stability and educator readiness must remain our top priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lin Chen, and I'm Gates' father. I want to respectfully but clearly object to any approach that redistributes the currently enrolled elementary students in order to transition to a new enrollment model, no matter it's continued open enrollment or a new lottery or geographic-based assignment, because changing the enrollment model system may be necessary going forward, but moving the students who are already placed will create disruptions immediately, far beyond what's required to implement AB forward. For current students, reassignment means immediate instability, uncertainty for families, changing to daily routines and transportation and so on and so on. In fact, in our family, simply discussing of possibly changing our daughter might have to leave her school, classmates and teachers cause her to cry right away. I'm confident that reaction is not unique to us because there are about 786 people who already expressed the same thing on the Google form already we signed. Many children across the district depend on the consistency of their current environment, and many families have built childcare and different things around their existing placement. If the district is moving towards a different enrollment system, the most reasonable and least disruptive path is to grandfather currently enrolled students where feasible and apply any new assignments model only to the incoming students starting from kindergarten. And so I urge the community to make that principle explicit, protect the continuity for current students, and implement any new enrollment model for the future students. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Drois. Under each of the remaining options, there will be disruption. Your job is to decide how many and which students will be disrupted. And what you're doing there is making a value judgment. You are imposing the values of which students and how many. Right now, for the first time this week, we learned that option 4, as previously explained, is inaccurate. If McT and Miriam are merged together, Conant does not occupy the space. Part of Conant occupies the space. The Connections program will be in the Boardwalk building. Conant is Connections, Connections is Conant. So what this does, it takes children on the spectrum who are inherently biologically have difficulties forming social relationships and ripping them apart from all of their social relationships. This disproportionately targets children with a disability. That is not a value that you want to impose on this community. How do you support these children? What you can do is create new communities. What you cannot do is expect autistic children, who again are biologically challenged in creating new
15 seconds.
friendships, breaking into established social hierarchies. With respect to disruption, I implore you to reject the no disruption. I implore you to urge everyone to have minimal disruption for the greater good of the community.
Thank
it is
you.
for the benefit of the students.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm father of a Conant student. I would like to emphasize that in any scenario, it is important to ensure that no single community bears a disproportionate share of disruption. Distributing individual students into multiple established schools can create emotional and academic challenges, particularly for younger learners and students who rely on peer continuity. If this reorg moves forward in a way that intermixes students, then students from all schools should be intermixed so that experience is shared equitably, rather than creating a uniquely difficult experience for students from only one school community. I recognize that geographic assignment will also impact students in existing schools, but it is important that we provide all students equal opportunity and a shared responsibility for a change. For this reason, I support option 5V2 with geographic assignment, along with an intentional approach to create classrooms that include a mix of students from different schools, ensuring children from all schools have an equal opportunity and experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Arnon Arazi. I'm a father of 2 kids in Mekti. I'm hearing too many people here. I think whatever you choose, and it sounds very likely that you'll choose 5-2, enrollment is going to be a major question, and you're not going to make a decision that will make everyone happy. Whatever you choose about the enrollment policy, you'll have a lot of people angry after that. I think the only solution to that is to actually put this to a vote to the community, the same way you did with the 13 programs. So what I'm asking you to do is to have an option for the community to choose which enrollment policy to go with. Maybe narrow it to 2 options to make this more feasible. Don't wait until January 22nd, do it tomorrow, so people have enough time to vote. This way, people would have to accept whatever is chosen, because this is a choice of the community itself. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Akshat. I'm a Conant parent. I'm here to strongly support option 5V2 with geographic assignment. Option 5V2 should use geographic assignment to ensure equity for all students, not just Conant families. Moving only Conant children into established Douglas and Gate schools doesn't create stability, it creates outsiders. Kids walking into pre-formed friend groups face both institutional and social disadvantages from day one. When all students start together on equal footing, real community forms. About teaching methods, the district plans to wait until winter 2027 to define teaching approaches, but why the delay? The reorganization is a chance to implement one proven model now. Geographic distribution lets us build that unified culture from day one and ensuring every student gets the same excellent education no matter which school they attend. This is about building something better together. Let's not waste this opportunity by preserving old systems. Let's use this moment to build the foundation for schools that excel year over year. So I urge to choose option 5V2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Kevin Gagnon. I've got a kid in Miriam, a kid coming into the district next year. I'm struggling with the understanding of what the geographic distribution actually looks like. I've seen one map, I think, and Acton is not a geographically distributed town, right? We have neighborhoods that have very different socioeconomic statuses. We have ownership, we have lack of ownership. And given the rushed nature of every other data analytic that's happened in this process and what I would consider to be significant failure in those data analyses, I don't trust that you've made that decision very well, that those lines are drawn in a equitable way or even a really thoughtful way. So I'd like to hear commentary on that, because the reality is this group of people was not put into this position by people who knew this was a decision that was going to be made, right? And none of you will own the accountability of this decision long term. The kids in this district are going to have to own whatever this decision is. So find an opportunity to take the time to actually make this right. If you want to choose a geographic enrollment model, I actually echo what was said earlier. Make this a lottery for everyone who's in the system right now and transition into a geographic model once one that actually works for the weird geography of Acton, where our schools are, exists.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. Conan parent, and I think what I wanted to comment on was the open enrollment choice-based option, which has caused so much division in the community, online and offline. It's been really painful to see, and through all the talks that I've had within the Conan parents, Miriam and McCarthy, all the parents, I see that the best option going forward, which is stable, equitable, and will provide us more opportunities to improve upon, is only geographic based, distributing the kids that way. because that way you will have exchange of cultures between different families coming from different parts of the countries. You will have exchange of ways of methodologies of learning coming from Miriam, McCarthy, or any other schools. And I think that will provide us more ways for our kids to learn and adapt and grow in the future. So as a parent of Conant, I'm very sad that it's going away. I'm also sad for Miriam and McCarthy and all the other schools. But I think the right thing to do is take the hard decisions right
15
now.
seconds.
And make sure that our community is set for success and for the kids as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kavya. I'm 15 years old and I'm a freshman at the high school. And I used to go to Conant and my brother went to Conant. And I just want to talk about how, as much as I'm really sad to see any of the schools go, if we are going to change this, then we all have to change. Because I was in gold in 8th grade, and that was the team that had one less adult. And that made it harder for us. And we, instead of like in the, like we would get mocked for like not having enough, and that's really mean. Like, we have bigger problems. And when you go into a school, people like will categorize you by which school, elementary school you went to, which is unfair. We don't need to think about that. High school and middle school are just such big jumps, and it's not fair that like one school gets changed and none of the others do. I just want to like express that geography helps, because I have friends who go to other districts and they don't have this competition between schools. It's like only this place, because if we're going to change, like we can't affect one tiny population, because I went through that. I know people who have went through that. It's just not fair at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kalpana Vishwanathan, and she's my daughter. I didn't coach her. I just wanted to let you know. And she wanted to come and hear what's out there. I also have a son who is currently a 5th grader at Conant. I would have loved for him to graduate from Conant, but given that, and I also heard that 6th grade is going to be affected the most in this transition, but that's fine, because if he had been in a different district, he would have been going to middle school by now, and he would have had the challenges. But I wanted to echo the challenges that my daughter has faced, where you are singled out because you're from a different elementary school, and if you don't end up in a cohort where you have other friends in the same cohort, then you have a very tough time. And I think middle schoolers should not be dealing with that, in addition to a lot of other changes that they are going through. And I feel like the school choice or open enrollment has led to bitterness and competition, unnecessary competition. And I think the kids should not be, at least middle schoolers and beyond, where they all congregate at the same location, they should not be going through this. In addition to the other challenges, they have to be worried about the education, making new friends and such things like that. So, kids already have to absorb a lot and adjust to the transition to middle school. I think the public school system is for equitable purposes, right? So we don't want other challenges being done. As noted, we don't want to disperse or whatever, I'm not able to speak today, disrupt other families, but I think geographic-based thing is the best way to go, because, Sorry,
Thanks.
I couldn't speak today.
Hi, my name is Susie Tompkins, and I'm a citizen of Acton. Acton-Boxborough is a small community, and everyone in this room is friends and neighbors with families at children at Miriam, McT, Douglas, Gates, R.J. Gray, and the high school. With the I had prepared remarks, and I'm just not even going to do it. We are all here because we care so much. Everyone here is in tears. We care so much. We are the people who are building our district going forward. We do not know what is going to be decided. We do not know what version it's going to look like, but we are the people who are going to weather the transition with our kids to set the stage for the future of the district. We are the parents ushering in the 1st grade kids. Sorry, I'm shaking. So I hope this comes off in the right way and acknowledges all the beautiful prepared remarks that people made, because they were very thoughtful, and I appreciate everyone who is focused on moving forward. This is AB Forward. Merriam Elementary has a night out planned at Sanctuary on February 12th. Our very talented principal is in a band, which will be performing. It was a parents'
15
night out for
seconds.
our school. We will be extending the invitation to the entire district, and we hope that all parents can come and join together in an organic conversation about our future together, because we will all be in different communities together moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hi, I'm Sirisha Kandula. I have a kid in elementary, fourth grade Conant, and a kid in RJ Gray. Thanks to Kavya, I really appreciated her taking time from a busy schedule. We should just listen to kids. They know the best. In my mind, the choice is clearly between targeted disruption, which is both option 4 and 5E2, just distributing Conant kids, and the other option is systemic reset, either open enrollment or geographical alignment, right? So though it is hard, I really urge the parents and school committee here, please use this opportunity to do the right thing for the town future, right? I'm truly hoping that in 5E2, the 2 new schools will be more alike than different. And it shouldn't matter which school kids get assigned. The 5E2 systemic reset with geographical assignment, that seems to be the most sustainable, equitable way to organize the new schools. Open enrollment made sense when schools had different teaching styles and cultures, but we pay the price too in transportation overhead. So I'm truly hoping, again, that the 2 new schools will be more alike than different, and we use this opportunity to future-proof our schools, that we're not having the same conversation a few years down the
15
lane
seconds.
again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bharat, parent of a Conant fourth grader. It's a difficult situation to opt a choice among none I prefer. However, since we have reached this point, it is an opportunity to restructure the school system to a uniform schooling philosophy while ensuring no specific student group or community feels solely targeted. I believe option 5E2 with geographical assignment will be the right step in creating a uniform format and culture across the district. The committee can build a renewed educational model, including positives from the current individual schools to benefit all the students of the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Colin Jackson. I'm the parent of 2 elementary school kids. I want to thank you all for the care and deliberation you've put into this, and for really quickly narrowing down the options that are under consideration so we can focus on them. As context for my comment, I would like to put forward that the way the initial options were presented, that many models singled out 2 specific schools as the ones at risk for closure, created an unfortunate us versus them dynamic. Rather than allowing this difficult change to bring us together as a district, it felt at times that it actually fractured us into 6 competing factions. It is hard to come together after being told by another parent that they do not care what happens to my child as long as theirs is not affected. At this point, the only path forward that can begin to heal the divisions created by this process is choosing option 5V2. And when apportioning students to the new banded schools, to be thoughtful about how it builds community at a district level rather than at the schools individually. Removing the affiliation with specific elementary schools will allow parents to move away from what I'm hearing, which is the how can I avoid disruption to my child by foisting it onto other families, and focus on how we can come together as a district in order not to just survive
15
this
seconds.
transition, but to use it to make our district better for all of us.
Thank you.
The discussion we're having tonight boils down to 2 questions. What level of disruption is acceptable, and who should bear it? As a McT parent whose school will close next year regardless of the option chosen, I feel that increasing the scope of disruption and inflicting that pain across the entire district is not more fair, even if it's logistically easier. It will unnecessarily strain support systems that will need to provide assistance to what would amount to a larger population. We need a way forward that minimizes long-term disruption and provides adequate support, both stated goals of AB Forward. It is through that lens that I ask the committee to choose option 5E2 and soundly reject the idea of a geographic reallocation of existing students. Option 5E2 disrupts fewer students than option 4. More children will remain in familiar spaces that they have come to know and depend upon. More parents will retain a level of continuity for their families who have painstakingly configured their entire lives around their current situations, work schedules, home routines, transportation, after-school care. Similarly, geographic reallocation for existing students provides a far higher level of negative impact that disrupts entirely too many people. However, that option should and can remain open for new students while still keeping sibling pairings and special education considerations in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shauna. I'm a parent of a Douglas kid. I advocate for limiting disruption and displacement along with over 750 people who have signed a petition for this. At this point, I support option 4. That said, my request now is that a lot more information is pulled together and shared, and quickly. I'm alarmed at the lack of data that has been shared thus far, which has caused discussion about this to be based on opinion and feelings more than anything else. This is not the right way to make decisions like this. We are talking about how we want to do what's best for students while also balancing a budget, but there's a real lack of transparency around what both of these things truly mean. What I've heard so far is how 5v2 is easier for adults and administrators to manage in some ways, but I really haven't heard how it's better for the kids. So here's the information we need. Pros and cons of K through 6 versus banded schools. What are the risks and benefits to student outcomes and emotional social well-being? 2, in regards to open enrollment, what are the pros and cons of it versus other options? It's hard for me to wrap my head around how we're viewing something that brings diversity of thought to our community as a bad thing. As someone said earlier, just because it's hard doesn't mean it's wrong. We also need a lot more information about the plan to revision schools in option 5v2. I'm alarmed by the current plan, which is to launch the reorg
15
in the fall
seconds.
before revisioning happens. The plan at current risks anxiety, resistance, poor outcomes, and overall community unrest. Lastly, I want to say it's often said that children are so resilient and therefore we don't need to worry as much about the impact of change on them. I would urge us to consider that children often
Thank
have
you.
less ability to articulate stress and anxiety. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Blades. My kids go to Douglas. I appreciate the work that has gone in to everything that you guys have done, and I've read every document. I'm not opposed to change. I am opposed to not representing an embracing of all change at once in a chaotic way as being opposed to change, which I think has happened quite a bit. I think that I'm deeply dismayed by how the focus of the process has shifted, where it started as a crisis, we all needed to come together, and it shifted into every idea that we've had, many of which sound wonderful, but are all being implemented incredibly quickly. As an operator, as an executive, I would never take an approach like this for an organization. Too much change doesn't go well. I don't want that for my kids. None of us want that for our kids. And while it makes us feel better to say that we can all come together, in practice, I don't know how that works. I think that it goes badly. I've looked at how Franklin implemented, which is where you came from, Superintendent. They took 3 to 4 years to implement the kind of change that we're talking about doing in 3 to 4 months. This is not a wise approach. There are nearly 800 people that do not
15
agree on
seconds.
much, but do agree on one thing, that have signed a petition. Massive disruption, re-lottery, reorganization, however you approach it, it's not good for our kids.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renee Coburn, and my kids go to Merriam Elementary School. I'm speaking to you tonight as leaders of our school district and want to acknowledge that you likely also wear multiple hats. This process has been emotional and taxing, and all the feelings articulated in this room tonight are valid. However, you have a responsibility as district leaders to make decisions that are strategic and sustainable and result in the long-term health of our district. As illustrated in tonight's presentation, option 4's primary benefit is that it minimizes disruption, while option 5, V2, provides a strategic, equitable, and sustainable path forward for our district. The challenge AB Forward was put in place to solve is a district-wide problem, not an individual school problem. And I ask you to remain laser-focused on that decision that will support all students in the district, option 5, version 2, with a thoughtful, equitable, and strategic geographic enrollment plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vishal. I'm an AB community parent. As we're approaching the last stretch of this process, I would like to reiterate that the primary reason for district reorganization is not the cost of maintenance of the Conant building, as some of the members of the community are still thinking. If you go back and look at all the documentation that has been shared by the committee, that's just 1% of the total district's budget. So just wanted to put it out there to clear all the confusion in the community. moving on, all along, we have been saying that option 5V2 is a progressive, systematic reset. It cannot be a systematic reset if it's implemented in a way that does not align with the same ideology. So if we go with the implementation plan that is other than geographic distribution, it's going to bring us back to the square one where we were a few months ago, and took all this time that people have spent to do all this effort and research and come back with options that really make district financially sustainable for the foreseeable future. So I really urge the district or you guys to really consider geographic distribution-based approach that will allow us to rebuild the community from the scratch and will allow us to bring all the strengths from every school together to make a district that is successful. Thank you.
Thank you. As a heads up, we have about 21 minutes remaining in our comment period. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. It was already. Okay. Hello, I'm Rochelle Horwitz-Martin. I am, first and foremost, an AB parent. I have a first grader at Conan and a 3-year-old. For the past decade, ever since I moved to this town and heard about open enrollment, I've been a huge supporter. However, with this reorg, open enrollment clearly does not work. Whether it ever worked is a question that for another time, but right now we're dealing with whether open enrollment is going to work now and moving forward. We simply can no longer afford it without placing hundreds of students at a distinct disadvantage, forcing them into environments that are the wrong fit for them. That defeats the very purpose of open enrollment, and that would be the result of both 5V2 without geographic distribution and of option 4, particularly with the Connections program moved out of Conan. This is not about saying, if I break my arm, you need to break yours too. It's about shared compromise so that no one is forced to sacrifice everything. 5V2 with geographic distribution gives us the opportunity to move forward together as a district so that we are not facing the same crisis next year or 5 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ilakya Pandian, AB parent. I would like to join forces with several other parents here calling for selecting option 5E2 with the geographical re-enrollment. This is the only plan that would give us long-term fiscal stability, fairness across neighborhoods, and a path to unify our schools. It ends the harmful competition that has been created in the past few months. It provides predictable access to all families and also to design new schools that can blend best practices from all the existing schools. Choose the right option and not the easy one, and choose the fair option that unites our community, and please don't create further divisions. We are already too deep in it, so the time is ripe to take the right decision right now. Conan families are actually calling to move forward together and build new schools that are stronger. This isn't an eye for an eye, and this is not for calling widespread disruption because we get impacted. This is a district-wide problem and needs a district-wide solution. That eye for an eye was called out even in this group last week, and that was very insensitive to do that because this is not a Conan problem. What is actually selfish is folks banding together to shove the financial burden of the entire district on 400 Conan kids.
15 seconds.
So that your families can walk away untouched. Very thoughtful.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexei Lomakin, and I'd like to thank you for your work. I'm sure you will make the best, most informed decision for all of us. I'm here to support option 4 and ask you to minimize the changes. We have districts with schools like Gates, that is number 8 in Massachusetts, and Conan number 33. Closing them could significantly impact not only students but also property values across the town. Please minimize the distribution and preserve one of the best school districts in the state. Please vote option 4. I know many here support geographical school assignment. I think that's not such a good idea. Imagine in 4 years you have 2 schools and one of them much better than another one. That basically will cause two towns with 2 different sets of property values, because the property values will depend on what kind of school you have. If you pick option 5, redistribute all kids, but keep lottery in place to preserve existing, property values across the town.
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jody Bromberg, and I live in Acton and have 3 children in the AB schools. People have pointed to a petition that several hundred people have signed as evidence of what should happen next. But the petition just underscores what you already know. Our community is divided on this issue. They may continue to be, whatever the result. That's up to all of us community members and our ability to model a growth mindset and flexible thinking, something my kids learned and are learning at McT, and I know their friends at Conant and other elementary schools are learning too. Your job is to make the decision that is best for the district overall, and that is 5v2 with geographic enrollment, with close attention paid to existing relationships among students, faculty, and staff. The district currently does have a version of this in the transition from elementary schools to RJ Gray. The AB professional leadership team have told you this in many different ways, that 5v2 is the right option moving forward. It allows the district to align student supports and special education programs that it can't otherwise do. Make the right decision and set the district up for success going forward. It will be hard, and many of us will be with you, and those that aren't currently, maybe eventually. Move forward with 5v2, the plan that gives the district the best chance at maintaining the high quality of an AB education. Lastly, I want to thank the superintendent and the rest of the district team that has been working tirelessly. I trust you, and I'm grateful for the way that you have shown up in this process. And I want to thank all of you, school committee, and all of you who showed up tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicole Jorgensen. I have a son at McT and a daughter who's in the Carroll Huberman program currently. I would like to voice my support of 5v2, and honestly, when I came here, I was opposed to re-enrollment, and now I am a little bit in more of a gray area. I think one of the questions that I have is if we have considered the limited resources that we have in terms of counselors and other support staff to navigate a huge disruption across the entire elementary school population. And I wonder if those resources could be better targeted if a smaller number of students is or manages a bigger disruption. And I know that that's not an ideal solution for anybody, but I do wonder if that has been considered when we talk about disrupting everybody in terms of their physical space at least. I know that you are not answering questions right now, but I am hoping that maybe some of these can be talked through. It's unclear to me if both the model for reorganization and enrollment is going to be voted on in the next committee meeting, or just the reorganization model and enrollment will continue to be discussed. And if geographic enrollment is decided
15
on,
seconds.
I hope that there is a lot of time and thought put into that. I used to teach in a district where people did move to certain areas of town and not others because of schools, and I would hate to see that happen here.
Thank you.
Hi, Amanda Toby. I'm a parent of 2 elementary age students, and I will take the chair's advice and say I agree with option 5v2, geographical redistribution. Ditto, 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 ditto. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Adi Ramesh, and I have a kindergartner in Conant. And I'm trying to meaningfully evaluate and digest the remaining AB Forward reorg options based not only on logistics and fiscal stability, but also on the educational structure our children will experience over the coming years. During today's meeting, I appreciated the acknowledgement that teaching ideology and instructional approach will be considered as a part of any reorg. However, based on the materials that have been publicly shared so far, there is still no clear information available to families about how instructional models across schools will be aligned or organized under either remaining option. Each elementary school currently has its own instructional culture and pedagogical emphasis, particularly in the early grades. For parents, these differences matter greatly. At this time, families are being asked to weigh significant structural changes without sufficient clarity on questions such as what instructional framework will guide reorganized schools, how will differences in teaching approaches be aligned or standardized, what supports will be in place to ensure continuity of learning for students who may transition schools. Simply stating that teaching ideology will be looked at or does not yet provide parents with enough information to understand how our children's day-to-day learning experience will be affected. From a family perspective, educational structure and instructional consistency are just as important as physical placement. As the district moves forward to a final decision, I urge the school committee to provide clearer, publicly available information about the educational model that will underpin any reorg. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Natu. I'm Acton resident and a parent of 2 elementary school students at Conant. I understand the district has stated that equity is a guiding principle in this process. However, the proposed plan is not equitable for Conant students because both my children ask me why Conant, why my school, and having been able to explain to them a very fair, reasonable explanation is difficult because this proposal is not equitable for Conant students. Closing their school would force students to lose their building, separate them from their peers, and disrupt their academic and social stability. It's almost indirectly forcing them to the insecurities of and causing more disruption both in academics and social stability. Also, this does not reflect the fairness that we are talking about, and closing one of the district's high-performing schools also might send a negative message at the state level and may harm the district's long-term reputation. Also, in today's presentation, we do not see any clear evidence or any supporting evidence on how this either of the options is going to help district savings or any financial benefit.
15 seconds.
Or going to help students feel more secure or motivated. So I respectfully urge the school committee to make judicious decision where we should be able to explain our kids not why Conant, but why as a school district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacob McCrindle. I have a new student at kindergarten, and we'll have 2 more going through AB. You have an incredibly hard decision between either of these, and not everybody's going to be happy. But what I wanted to address more was that this all could have been avoided. This is not a new problem that the district has just learned about. My understanding is that this has been persisting for some time, and that unfortunately this committee and this community has punted this down the road each time. And that is concerning, where we are now being, as all these parents have expressed to you at other meetings that I've attended, that this is not clear what is going to happen. You cannot articulate exactly how each approach will benefit the school long term, and it's not clear from a financial aspect approach that this is actually going to fix the long-term problems in either. Both present some cost savings that are pretty similar to one another. My concern is whatever your decision is, it needs to be a decision that is going to be sustainable long term. This cannot happen again. It is troubling, to say the least, that this committee didn't prioritize this years ago when they knew it could have been prevented and chose to punt it down the road
15
so
seconds.
that new generations of students have to deal with this. Whatever you choose, it has to be sustainable, as it is clear to this community you cannot put this community and its children and its teachers through this again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Leah Reisner. I'm an AB parent with 2 kids in at Blanchard. And first of all, I just want to thank you all for all of your time and effort, and I do not envy you this decision. As you are making the decision about the model and the enrollment, what I would just ask is to think a little bit more in more concrete terms about disruption. I'm hearing it spoken about in abstract terms, but sort of broken down into those types. That loss, the loss of building, the loss of school, and the loss of cohort. And it would be for any kid, that they're not going to lose all 3 of those. And so any intentionality that can be done or had in bringing kids together with people that they know, whether it's teachers or at least some small peer groups, I think would go such a long way. And some of these options, because they're just across the board, some of those, there are options where I think kids would be in a new school, in a new building, and with no faces around. So thank you in advance, and I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Do you want to restart my time? Oh, okay. My name is Heather Sheehan. I have a Douglas kindergartner and a student at RJ Gray as well. Someone mentioned earlier this evening that we are here because of circumstance and not choice. Agreed. But when you're dealt with a less than desirable circumstance, you then have choices. How to move forward, what matters most. So I urge the committee to choose less upheaval, choose stability, choose peer relationships that are familiar and in place, choose our kids' social emotional well-being. We can also not expect our teachers to once again have to pivot and adapt and to carry the burden of a crazy timeline to get an entirely new educational model for this district off the ground in 5 months. And you also will simultaneously ask of them to support an entire class going through a major life disruption. It's insane. It's impossible. And we're also cutting budgets. So how are you also increasing the support for these students? Approximately 750 members and counting of this community have signed a petition to minimize disruption, opposing a lottery, keeping kids where they are to the greatest
15
extent
seconds.
possible. I also want to mention quickly, we keep discussing doing the right thing and making the hard decisions now with the future in mind, and yet you have not identified the costs associated with these options. This is too much change without data for this to be a success. Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Joanna. I'm a Mariam parent. I, like many people tonight, do agree that 5v2 is probably the most equitable. I do have concerns about the geographic redistribution, and I would just urge the committee to think outside the box and perhaps adopt some sort of hybrid solution and start geographic redistribution perhaps next year and do a one-time re-lottery to preserve social circles to the greatest extent possible and kind of just level the playing field for everyone. I know that care would be taken to attempt to preserve communities for our kids, but it is difficult to do that with geographic distribution. Like, for example, we could have walked to the Boardwalk campus. We chose Merriam for its model, and many of my son's friends are within walking distance of Parker. Almost all of them are within walking distance of Parker Demon. So even if you attempt to maintain social circles, he's definitely going to Boardwalk, and his friends are probably not. So I would just hope that the redistribution piece is thought of very thoughtfully and think about those different dynamics and situations that could arise. And I think a one-time re-lottery, I know people are trending away from the school choice model, which I understand, and I do think 5v2 is more equitable, but a one-time re-lottery would, I think, solve the problem.
Thank you.
Hi, so I'm here as a parent, I'm here as a business consultant, and I'm here as a taxpayer. I've been following this as it's evolved over time, and I'm struggling to sort of understand how we got here. But basically, from a community standpoint, the district is in a budget crisis right now. And the solutions that we are entertaining, as many of you have reiterated, do not solve our budget problem. We don't have a building problem, we don't have an imminent reorg problem, and yet we're trying to solve it with this. The timeline is rushed, doing this in a very short period of time. The probability of that going well is very low. The reorg has many negative outcomes, socially, staff-wise, on education, for a solution that, again, doesn't solve our budget problem. So not to mention the increase in class size and just the disruption overall for everyone, to only end up back here again with overrides with the same problem. So in closing, I think one of the things that we can do is we could slow this timeline. Frankly, there is no reason this decision needs to be made in 2 weeks. We can make it
15 seconds.
We can make it with details. We're all trying to make choices with no information. And we can make it so that we can actually save money, have something sustainable, and have a great school district in one of the best towns in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I am showing a whopping 3 minutes. Anybody else want to come up here and give us some thoughts? Okay. Nice job, everybody. I want to just appreciate all of you for coming and doing this. It's hard to get up in front of a microphone and talk about this stuff, especially when I think we've all acknowledged just how tense things are in our community. I think there's a really There are two themes here that I'm hearing echoing very much in the community. On the one hand, we're looking at how do we minimize transition for our students by limiting how many children we ask to move and by concentrating change within the smallest group. And at the same time, we're also looking at how do we avoid singling out any single community and instead approach change in a way that feels shared and equitable and collective across the district. And I'm just going to acknowledge that these are both deeply held things. They're both very important, and they are in complete tension with each other. There is no good solution here that is going to make everybody satisfied, and you're going to hear us wrestle with this a lot, because either way we end up figuring those things out is necessarily going to affect the other one. I also want to just highlight that, as this discussion transitions to all of us talking to each other, this isn't a popular vote. It's not how many people we can get lined up behind any one thing. It's a conversation about what is best for us as a district, what is going to be most sustainable, what does solve our budget problem in the immediate future and also sets us up for success down the way, but also and always what takes care of our students, what takes care of our educators, our families, what makes this magic that is AB and keeps us going. So thank you, everybody, for sharing all of your thoughtful comments and just recognizing the depth of care and the depth of emotion that's involved here. We really appreciate you. So as we move now to this discussion where the public is observing us, but the discussion is within the group. We're talking to each other at this point. This is kind of our final meeting to have a conversation, and I'm just going to acknowledge that our agenda says 30 minutes. We're probably going to go over that. And Adam's going to give me trouble about that later, and that's okay. We're going to take the time that we need to have this conversation. And so kind of the way that I think we should be structuring this is take a minute for everybody to just give kind of their opening thoughts, whatever opening thoughts it is that we have. And then we're going to start out by focusing on the question of structure, which option, what are the conversations we want to have about the options. And that also gives us the opportunity to ask questions that we might still have of any of our very talented administrators who've been here helping us understand all of this. When that kind of peters out and when we feel like we've exhausted that, let's shift to having the conversation about what are we thinking about with respect to enrollment models. And then, I suspect that we're going to find that some of this stuff is interlinked. We can kind of wrap ourselves back and forth. And then when we've all kind of declared that we've had enough and we're getting cross-eyed and we're too tired to continue, we'll go with a minute of closing comment. So there are 11 of us. That means when we do that, we got to give ourselves like 11 minutes. And oh, by the way, we have a bunch of stuff we have to vote after this. So, sound like fun? Okay. Adam's going to help us out, just kind of trying to keep ourselves on track here time-wise, because I do it too. It's easy to lose track of time. So, anyone want to start with an opening comment? All right, Lisa, we'll start down here.
So we know why we're here, rising cost and declining enrollment. While that is a gross oversimplification, we know that resources must be used wisely, and our talented staff can only be spread so thin, especially when we look at what an open enrollment has done to imbalance needs across the schools in the district, and with so few sections in each, imbalance general classrooms in each of those schools. When touring the buildings, my group happened upon a class with all girls and one boy. Teachers have given us feedback that many general classrooms have more students with needs than others. This self-selection has resulted in disparities across the district and difficulty allocating staff in ways that evenly address it. 5v2 better serves all our students. Geographic distribution makes sense if we are thinking long-term. We don't just move one group of students because it's easier. We think about the future, we follow the data, and we build something new with each and every student in mind together.
All right, who's next? Vikram.
So we on the school committee were elected by the current populations of Acton-Boxborough and not by future parents and residents. As such, we should abide by the wishes of current residents. As our candid survey results with over 2,200 entries overwhelmingly show, as does a recent poll that has been going around which contains over 750 signatures, the people who elected us to this committee clearly do not advocate for the 100% disruption of option 5. They overwhelmingly prefer option 4, which minimizes disruption and maintains the small K through 6 schools for which Acton-Boxborough is famous, along with their top 10 standing in the state, as well as their 3 blue ribbon schools. Currently, 1/3 of our grade schools are blue ribbon schools. Despite what some may be dismissive of, being a blue ribbon school is a very big deal, and if you don't believe that, you can look it up. It's important to note the law of unexpected results. Large projects, with few exceptions, always have unintended and negative unforeseen consequences, especially when they're not planned properly and forced into tight timeframes. Realistically, option 5, which boasts 100% disruption, would take 18 to 24 months to fully disrupt and rebuild. The next school year begins in about 5 months.
Vikram? Who's up next? Well, we will come around. We will talk more. We're just starting small. Who's next?
I'll go. I'll attempt to time myself, which is not easy.
You got it right in front of you.
I do. You know, as I've been thinking about this, what I've really been thinking about is how did we get to this? Not the financial part, which is not just a school district issue. It is a town issue, both Acton and Boxborough. But we sat in a workshop last year around April, and we talked about what we wanted to do to make our district better and what our vision was. And our vision wasn't about solving a problem for tomorrow or for the next 5 or 6 years. We were talking about visioning what does the future of our district look like. And you know, one of the things that we wrote was a simple narrative, and I'm just going to pull up a little bit of it because I don't have enough time on my own. We know this process brings uncertainty, that can be scary, but we're committed to designing a sustainable, innovative structure that allows us to rise together to meet the challenges of the next 50 years. We need your voice in this conversation. We can't do this alone. Clearly, we've been getting everybody's voice. We agreed before we wanted to vision something for the next 50 years. And as much as I appreciate everybody's input, the next 6 years can't drive what the next 50 years of our schools look like.
Oh, nice. Yenshin.
Just to piggyback on Adam's comments, old world dies, new be born.
All right. Andrew.
So we entered this AB Forward thing to manage costs. It's important to remember that costs cut both ways. There's the cost of running the district, and there's the cost to the district of how we choose to respond. As I've said before, budget's a moral document. It reflects not only what we can afford, but how we translate our values into actions. We're told that the closure will allow us to manage our upcoming budgets, and closing the school would be our solution to our current budget issue. Now we have a community of students without a home. We've got 2 different versions of what we can address. Both of which address fiscal pressure, but they do so differently. Option 4 manages costs while preserving social communities. Option 5 achieves efficiency through consolidation and large-scale restructuring. We haven't heard much from the students, and most likely that's because we're talking to kids about adult problems whose consequences that they have to live with. It's important to remember that quality education isn't a constant. It's a result of parents and teachers and staff and friends and teams and plays and art and book buddies and festivals and recess and the day-to-day and year-to-year growth that live in our schools. We aren't just talking about buildings, we're talking about these kids' entire lives. Bam!
Nice. All right, who's up next? Glenn.
So I think it's great that we heard so much input. I took 14 pages of notes in my notebook as people were talking, and my hand is very sore. But I think just a couple of thoughts off the top of my head. I really do think that the more we can highlight that as a community we have each other's back on this, I think the better. Like, there is a strain that I think is from a genuine hurt feeling place where people, there's division, there's hurt feelings. I get that. The more we can highlight that we're moving this forward together, it's in the name, I think the better with this. I really do think open enrollment, its time has come. I think it should go away. It increases division, it highlights our differences, it makes it feel zero-sum when we can't be having that mindset. I don't want us to be back here again in 3, 4, 5 years. I think if we don't go big, we're punting and we can't punt again.
I have a head shake from Liz. Leela?
Yeah, as I was thinking about this, I was thinking a lot about how I've felt throughout this process. There's been a lot of data, and I've certainly read everything. But I think I'm holding how painful this has felt, both for people in this moment, but also what they project to come in the future. I also just wanted to mention that I feel particularly compelled by the people who work for this district who've reached out to us to share the impact of this process, their concerns around the implication of these decisions for the future, and their hopes for the opportunities that might present itself, and also their concerns for their colleagues, but also students. I can't see, there's, oh shit, shoot. And I was really grateful to hear from a student tonight, and I'm thinking about how much work needs to happen between now and next school year. So I'm really excited to dig into the implications and the nuance.
All right, Adam's going to hold me accountable, and I was laughing earlier. Thank you, Adam. Big thing right here. I was laughing earlier because we went to the same document. So, imagine a future where our schools are designed to meet the needs of the community, from our taxpayers to our students. A place where teachers feel supported, not overwhelmed, and where students thrive in the best possible learning environment. Picture a community that celebrates its outstanding, sustainable schools. What would that look like and feel like for your family, for all of us? Everything is on the table. We're taking this on because we believe in our students and our community. Our goal is to build something sustainable that will endure for decades, not just patchwork solutions for another budget cycle. Our ever-changing world demands more from both our educators and our graduates. We are committed to ensuring every student has the opportunity to reach their full potential, and that our educators have the resources they need to support that goal. At the same time, we recognize our community must be able to afford our schools. This isn't just about saving money, it's about being smart with the resources we have. We wrote this in April, and we are doing this now. And so just in case you forgot, I'll pass around copies. Okay, so let's talk options. A little bit more free-flowing. I just ask that people look back at me so that we don't get stuck in a back and forth and, not get around everybody. Who wants to kick this off? Lakshmi.
Could you elaborate? What do you mean by options?
So we've got two options to look at. We have option 4, which
option 5v2.
And we've got 5v2.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. So let's talk about weighing those and where we think we're leaning and what questions we have.
You might want to clarify that you're not trying to talk about the
Right, yeah. So not talking about the enrollment piece of this right now, just how are we structuring our schools? Does that answer your question?
We'll see how it goes.
Okay, fair enough. Liz.
I guess I'll be the first one to kind of, state sort of where I'm thinking at this point, based on reading through all of the emails, getting all of the community feedback, and going through all of the data that, we were provided and have made public. It feels to me like option 5v2 is the best compromise that we could do for the district.
Andrew.
Before I talk about my personal preference, I do want to talk about the inherent bias in all the documentation we've seen. The idea of one being targeted versus one being systemic. A lot of the ways we see things have been presented to us has not been pure data, has not been like this is the numbers, it's been the interpretation of it. And even down to the way that, like Natalia, when you were showing the various hubs and the ways that we were going to be showing things. One was an old looking map of Massachusetts that had our space there, and the other was this kind of vibrant way of showing things. I think that we've had a disservice as we've gone through this, and that there's been a bias that's been placed upon this by the presentation. That it's, in some respects, I think 5.2 is a very pro-administration, great way to help manage the organization. And I think that the excitement of being able to more clearly manage the organization has overshadowed some of the information that's come through to us. That's not to talk about what you folks have said. That's to talk simply about the way that this information has been presented to us from the beginning. And Peter, I've talked with you about this in the past. As we've gone through this, we've not had a clean way of looking at all the information. And it's troubled me for a while. I had to bring it up now because I think it's important to know that when you're seeing all of this, some of it's coming through a lens that is more interested in one side than the other.
Lakshmi.
I hold a different view. I don't think the information was biased from my perspective. And I don't have a biased view because as you all know, I don't have kids in this system. So my concern is that the district views or the community with the school children view their certain ranking of the schools. And that is what is playing into the divisiveness. The blue ribbon schools, whatever. I love all those titles, but as a school committee, do we need to play into that? Do we need to worry about how we lose a certain ranking in the recognition at the state level or a blue ribbon status? Shouldn't we be delivering it for our kids? What is best for our kids rather than these superficial recognitions? And I think if we can go in that direction, I do recognize that it is disruptive and it is probably going to be hard for some students losing their peers. And from what Natalia said, they are actually proactively putting plans in place on how to support. So maybe we can put more of our energies into with either option, going into supporting those rather than talking about which school is better, how we disrupt 1 versus 10. I think we should do what's good for the school system in the long run. And going into this, I never thought we were going in for kind of getting out of our budget troubles. Like Peter laid out last time, either way you look, we are in the same problem. We are going to need more money, or we have to lay off. It's just that we still kind of organize ourselves to work better. When I said targeted support, I was actually more thinking about social and emotional targeted support, right? Does this provide us leverage to do that rather than just the pedagogical support, right? So I was hoping that we can channel our energies into which option provides benefits in those, rather than how much money does it save, which school does it destroy, which community does it destroy. I think for us, all kids in the community are same. I don't think we should hold that bias.
Leela.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what you said, Andrew. And I respect you immensely. And so this is said with all of that respect. I think one of the first things I learned working in research and evaluation was that bias was inherent in any time that you share data. And I think one of the things that I felt like is weird about school committees is that the vast majority of us are not educators governing a school district. That being said, I think that's why I am grateful for when the professionals that are here to kind of oversee a school district are sharing their professional judgment about the information that we're receiving. And I think it's incumbent upon us to be critical of what we're receiving, given what we do have access to. And I think that's the same reason that I'm grateful for folks who are in classrooms every day sharing their perspectives and their concerns and their hopes for the future. But I just wanted to push back a little bit against that kind of, there is a problem with the way, and maybe, I totally respect that could have felt weird for you. But I think there's actually no way that we could have received information that was not inherently biased.
All right, I'm going to work my way down that way. Vikram?
Let's see, so many different things to say here. I too felt that there's inherent bias in it. I've done a lot of work, a lot of research. I was a researcher myself. I was a research assistant at Harvard. It was very clear that things did seem tilted very deliberately to one side. I have to agree with Andrew on that. The other thing I want to say is I feel that our mandate is one of the main things is actually causing the least amount of disruption possible. And thirdly, I want to say that if we're making a decision that's going to be in place for 50 years, why are we rushing it? And we have like 1 week to decide what's going to be there for 50 years, and we haven't really decided how things are going to really unfold if we choose this drastic action of completely turning the current school district, which is top 10 in the state, blue ribbons on a third of our schools. That's in fact a really big deal. This is not just sort of pie in the sky thing. These are actual rankings based on what we've produced here. And the students and the quality of education we produce here, a lot of people move here specifically for the school district and for the way that it is structured. This structure has been in place for a long time, and it has done nothing doing but producing excellence across the board, right? And we're looking at completely disrupting it, absolutely, with no clear financial gain. It's not really clear what the gains are by completely turning everything on its head. And I think talking about, if your power goes out in your house, right, and you call the electric company, they don't say, oh, well, let's turn off the power for everybody else. They work to turn your power back on. So similarly, if we're closing a building and children are disrupted, we do our best to accommodate those children into places that are still secure and safe and not disrupted themselves, right? Yeah, I'll stop there for now.
Adam?
All right, I got a lot. I think the first thing of the why now, why quick, I've sat on the committee for 8 years. The first 4 years or so were fine. We made cuts, we made additions, things worked fine. For the past 5 years, we have had to cut staff. And again, not the fault of the district, not the fault of the town, the realities of the financial situation of the two communities. Why now? If we don't act now, we will have to make more drastic cuts. And not only that, we will be going to at least one town next year for an override, if not both. And I don't feel right going to them and saying, since we've won with very low margins previously in Acton, we need more money, without saying that we've done everything. So why now is so that we can stand with our heads held high to say, we did everything we could. We have looked around under every couch cushion. We even had to do major disruption. This needs to pass as an override. So that's the urgency. If I think about the two options, the part that I'm really struggling with is sort of the inherent way we've always done things, which has provided for immensely passionate school communities. Nowhere else in the Commonwealth do you get to choose the elementary school that you go to. And that is an amazing opportunity for that school community to have a group of like-minded people there who advocate passionately for that school, who fund extracurricular activities and enrichments for that school. But that only works for about 50, maybe 70% of the students. Some of those students don't get a choice at all. Some of those students may actually have to get moved during their time there because they require extra supports. Some of those families move in after the fact. That's not to say that they don't join an extremely vibrant community that supports their school. But we do that differently from everybody else. And what it ends up doing is landing us where we are now. I'm thinking about, as you hear about Boston City schools having to close a school, they get a lot of pushback for sure, but they're not getting the pushback because this was my school. They're getting the pushback because you're closing the school in my neighborhood. If we were up against this and we had already had geographic enrollment, Conant would still be the school that closes. Not because it's been underfunded, not because it's an amazing blue ribbon school, but because we don't have the enrollment to support an additional school. It is the only facility in the district that is a single school in a town that already has schools. You can't close Blanchard because it's the only school there. So Conant is not singled out because it's amazing performance or it's poor facilities. It's singled out because it is a single school. So if we were in a geographic region, that building would close already, and we would geographically redistribute all of those students. And we would catch hell from the community as a whole still. Let me be very clear. We would still be in this same situation. But what we have is this unique program where people choose their elementary school. They are passionate about that elementary school. They may have kids in multiple elementary schools. They're passionate about both of them. Where I struggle is that something we want to continue in the future? Is that something that we think is a valuable addition to our community? Or is that something that's potentially divisive? Or is there an option somewhere in the between where we can have a equitable distribution of resources, we can have a baseline of geography, and we can have some constrained choice. And I really like that word constrained choice that we saw in some of the literature in today's packet. I will say that I'm leaning towards option 5, not because I want to disassemble these amazing communities that we have, but when I look at the opportunities it provides us in a way of providing longevity and sustainability for the future, to be able to have a larger cohort of kids together in a building at the same grade level, to be able to support our educators with targeted professional development, to be able to support our kids with targeted interventions for a larger cohort of kids, that feels more sustainable for the future. I don't think we're going to be out of a budget problem next year, so I'd much rather have something in place that allows us to support it as we have to continue to cut into the bone. But I struggle with, again, do I want to, how do you manage this passionate community that has passion for their schools? There is a visioning process that was laid out, what will happen after this. Will it be the same? No, because people may or may not have had the choice of the facility that they're in. Ultimately, what I will say is everyone I've ever talked to about elementary school loves their elementary school, thinks it's the absolute best. Some of those didn't have a choice to make that school, some of them did. I think that 6 years from now, when all of you who are in the building have had at least one student get to the junior high and to the high school, and if we're all lucky, graduated and in college, this is going to feel different. And that's what I'm looking for, is what is it outside of the disruption of the next 6 to 8 years? That's where my head's at.
Glenn.
So I have a lot with what Adam just said that I wholeheartedly agree with, and I want to touch upon those points too. And I mean, just one thing I've been thinking about. So I'm 30 years old. I don't have a kid, and maybe someday I will, but if I did have a kid, I would want them to go to AB. And I'd be pretty comfortable with pretty much I toured the schools. They were all wonderful. I'd be okay, if I had a kid, I'd be okay if they were in any of the schools here. And that's what I hope we can all, that's the kind of mindset I'm hoping that we can cultivate with this, is that we want this to be supported for everyone in a way that this doesn't feel zero-sum, this doesn't feel divisive, this doesn't feel like that, well, I want my kid to go here, and if your kid's going there, then that, just stop it. Perhaps there's a more eloquent way to do that, and I could put on my politician hat for that, I guess, but really. So that's one thing. And I mean, another thing that I bicycled around town for weeks to sit here, and I talked a lot about how, I had a terrible time for a good chunk of my K through 12 education. School was one of the worst, sometimes it felt like one of the worst places for me. And I eventually got to a point where it wasn't. And a lot of what helped with that was the staff and the educators that got me to that point. So that's really paramount in my mind, because I don't think that if we're not pulling out all the stops, exhausting every possible option that we can do to be like, okay, you're an educator, you're already carrying a lot. What can we do to help make this less burdensome? How can we help give you the resources that you need? If we're not pulling out absolutely all of the stops, I think that's a disservice. Because I think about kids that were not that different than me. We're talking about the special education programs and making sure that they're maintained well. If we're not giving the staff the resources they need, that's a big problem in my mind. And so one thing that I heard about, what exactly is the benefit of 5v2 if the money's not even that different, then why are we even looking at this? Couple of points. I asked last time, is it the case that if we go with the option where there's a more efficient allocation of staffing resources, where you can clump more, where you can have more of the kids gathered in this scenario where they're behind in, for instance, if they're behind in reading in the same way, then if you have more of the kids that are behind in the same way grouped together, you can administer the services to them faster. It was like what Gabby said earlier about making sure that you target the quote unquote same muscle group, like maybe you're going over division, and like the more you can target that specifically, I think the better, it's more efficient. I think that applies to literacy rates too. So those are, I hope, at least are some points. I don't think that this is sustainable, lurching every year from staffing cuts to staffing cuts. This is what, year 5? And we're not even at the end of the road of this yet. And frankly, the fact that we're not getting the support we need from the federal government and the state government on this, that's something we should all be in complete unity about. I don't want this energy to go away when this scenario is over. So I see glances from Tori. I can read a room. But those are the main points. And the very last thing, I still want tuition-free full-day kindergarten. Right? So here. So like whatever and I can say with pretty solid confidence that 5v2 is the mechanism where the foundation we have there, that God willing, someday this horrible crunch dissipates and we actually get more funding. We should be talking about hiring more staff. Instead, here we are. If we have more solid foundation, then the potential for expanding to full day kindergarten, full day pre-K, that is more plausible. I don't care if it takes 10 years, we should get there. So.
Okay, I'm going to go Yenshin and then I'll go Lisa.
Thank you, Tori. I'm going to keep it brief. I'm actually working through a migraine, so thank you for all your mints and water supply. A couple of things. Number one, that in the spring, we actually had a subcommittee. It's not a subcommittee. It was a division of graduates. So Leela and I both were serving on it, working closely with the educators from the district and Gabby. I remember towards the end of the process, many high school teachers had voiced that they really enjoyed the experience, even though it was every Tuesday after school, we were together in a meeting room, because they really appreciate the opportunity to get to talk about education, hearing about students' experience from their colleagues from the lower schools, which is junior high and elementary school. Fast forward 4 months, and Adam, Tori, and I were all served on the AB Forward. And that process started with put the vision of graduates in the very center of it. We worked through a couple meetings just focused on our district's mission, vision, value. Lots of discussions. We have heard from all the educators, principals, and senior leadership. So this really, and I remember sitting in those meetings thinking, where are we going from there? So the options on the table right now really came from who do we want to see in our graduates? And that is our mission. And I think many of us sit here right now, we have said during our campaigns that we're here to advocate for every student. Not some, but many. I'm going to keep my opinion and my preference on the options private until next week. But I just want to let everybody know that we have done research. We have really focused on the students' development and their outcome. Thank you.
Lisa.
So I'm going to piggyback off of a few things that several of you have said, because a lot of people made great comments. I really love that you referenced the vision of a graduate work, and especially when I'm looking at the adaptability, communication, collaboration, integrity, intellectual curiosity, and I think about the adaptability piece, and this is where I'm going to piggyback off of Adam and Lakshmi talking about the reason that there's a preference for me personally for 5v2 is because of that adaptability piece because it gives us the greatest flexibility. Yes, a lot of people have noted that there's not a huge difference. There's not a difference in the money when we're looking at what we're saving in terms of cost between the two options as it's all been laid out. However, it's about the flexibility and preparing, as we know that this is the 5th year of cuts that we've had, and thinking about if we have to make cuts in the future, don't we want to organize ourselves in such a way that it makes sense to mitigate those cuts or mitigate the impact of those cuts later on. So it's making sure for me that I'm not being short-sighted in all of this and thinking about long-term, because again, this will impact students 50 years from now, and we're really thinking long-term. And this is somebody who, again, just as a reminder, has a kindergartner. So, I know that this will go well beyond her academic experience as an elementary school student. And my final thought on this are for people who think that what we have right now is currently working. I just want to point to the grade 3 English language arts MCAS scores that have dropped. I want to point to the rising needs of our learners, having a 1.7 increase in multilingual learners, 4 times the amount of economically disadvantaged students. Our students do not look the same as they looked before. They have more needs. We have to support them. And as we're making these changes and we're thinking about the changes that we want to make and thinking about flexibility, at the heart of all of this for us has to be, how do we best serve our students with what we have? And it goes back to my opening statement about being as wise as we can with the incredibly talented people that we are so lucky to have.
So I'm going to call on myself next. My turn. And I want to kind of build off of what Lisa was talking about. So even a year before this, we did the elementary budget task force, and we looked hard at our elementary schools and how we were organized and what might we be able to do differently. And something that I carried away from that was, as we talked about sharing staff across schools, the frustration that we heard from our educators of how hard it is to have different leaders, even if you're on the same schedule, to have to work for two different communities with, different cultures, different leaders. I mean, it's hard to have 2 bosses. It's really hard to have 11. But there was a lot of frustration about that. And so that's one of the things that has kind of come back to me as I've looked at option 5v2 is when we talk about how do we make sure that at any given moment when a student in a classroom needs something, how do we best have the ability to flex whatever that is in their direction? It feels like having more sections at a grade level under the same leadership offers some opportunities there. And so, we've heard questions about what are outcomes for students. You can't necessarily put it's going to, raise their test scores by this amount, or it's going to make them feel this much more comfortable in their learning, or whatever it's going to be. But we can give them more supports in this framework. And I think that's really important because 2 educator voices that have really stuck out to me. One, Yenshin, as you mentioned in AB Forward, and Adam, I'm sure you remember the conversation where we talked about, the teacher with the table that, to begin with was strong and could support everything. And every year we keep putting more on it until it's about ready to break. And there's nobody there to help out. And then that was followed by, asking an educator, because the things that we were originally talking about, how is this going to help? And, the educators in the room were getting frustrated. They're like, you're not addressing the root problem. And I was finally like, what is it? And somebody said flexibility. It is that the depth and the breadth of my students' needs are so great, I can't meet all of them. And so that not only affects the student that you're trying to meet at that moment where they are, it affects everybody else in the room too. And so if we have a way to build a structure that gives our educators a better opportunity to meet our students' needs, I think that's really important. And I am struggling with seeing how to do that just based on kind of conversations in elementary budget task force in option 4, because it's so vertically arranged and it feels like we have better options horizontally. And, kind of the final thought there is we got to listen to one of our administrators talking about, the difference between, I think it was 28 years ago, getting started as a teacher here in the district and what that class was like and what student needs were like and how those are different today. That's something that I'm thinking about as I look at structure, because ultimately, at the end of the day, yes, we have to do something that works for the budget. Yes, we have to do something that's sustainable, but we also have to keep the academic excellence of our schools, and I think that's probably the best way to go about doing it. Okay, so I see lots of hands up. I'm going to try and work around like this, because otherwise I'm going to start getting dizzy trying to keep track of them. So Lakshmi, we'll start there.
I know I haven't talked about the option. I think after, it's been going on in my head for a while, listening to everybody. I think at this point I favor 5v2 for other obvious reasons. For me, it's more about taking all the things that Gabby has been talking about, all the things that we have been at the administration level, trying to move our education system into kind of structuring in the way we want for MTSs, whatever extra support our kids need. I think 5v2 helps us. And I also see that it's option 4 is more divisive. It's not an equitable solution, so I'm going to go with that. I think I'm tending towards 5v2. Couple of things that I wanted to, before I wrap up, I want to thank the steering committee for really appreciate. I appreciate the parents. I'm actually amazed. I think that bodes very well for our district, that the parents are so engaged. I think that goes a long way. Then one last comment. I have a 30-year-old son, and we moved into this town, Kristen knows, when he was a year old. We didn't know anything about the school system, but I asked him, his friends came over for Christmas break, and I asked him, what do you fondly remember of the school system, or what do you remember about the school system? The one thing they said is, we don't remember much about high school, much about junior high, but what we remember is elementary school. And the teachers, some of the teachers, they were so nice, so kind. That's all they walked away with. And they were very self-critical. Oh my God, how much hard time we gave them. So I think the mentors matter, and that's where our focus needs to be. I'm not saying it's a revelation. I think a lot of us know that. We are away from these temporary recognitions and kind of our kids feeling good about certain group they're in. But I think eventually, if you want your kids to grow into healthy adults and able to cope with the outside world, we really do need to give them the right support, not kind of make it comfortable at every stage. Change is inevitable, but helping them through coping with the change is better than not. So I wouldn't. That's for another reason why I'm so not into 4, because minimizing change should not be the goal. I think positioning ourselves for long term helps, but at the same time, kids who really have a hard time coping, I'm assuming we will focus our, once we decide if we go with 5v2, we would focus on how to help the kids who would have trouble transitioning. That's it. Thank you.
Andrew.
Adam brought up community and the existing communities that are here. We're going to be changing everything as we go into this next phase. And 4 maintains some communities, 5 gets rid of all of them. And you have to think about all of the support structures that exist outside the classrooms that help our kids thrive in this district. And it can be things like the PTOs, which would be dissolved to then become something else. It could be the families that are part of their lives, which are going to be different. It could be going to New England, to New London Pizza on Wednesday afternoons. It could be any number of these smaller things that add to the quality of the educational life the students have. And I do get concerned when thinking about it's the 5v2, it's the re-enrollment, it's the rearrangement of everything, of how many pieces of our current students' lives are going to be disrupted. These are kids who've gone through COVID, who've gone through remote schools, some kids who've seen out the window of their new school as their old schools have been destroyed. And now a whole new cohort of kids are going to see their other school put down. There's a lot of trauma that's involved in all of this, and I can understand, Lakshmi, what you're saying, that change is change. A lot of people talk about this. One of the parents, I forget which one said it, talked about how kids are resilient, and maybe they're resilient, maybe they don't have experience, know things don't always have to be as they are. Maybe they don't have the language to talk about the stress of having to go through things. I just think we're in a position right now where we have a group of children who've gone through so much that we should be as well, considerate of what they've done. Even Lisa Denna, what you said about how the test scores are getting lower in these cohorts. Part of that is because of the way that they were first brought into education and some of the things that they missed early on and how things had changed with them. And not only how they changed if they were separate or remote school or not. Like I've got a fourth grader who didn't get to go to preschool, and they're feral. It's true. I know. Fear for my life. But we're dealing with students who've dealt with things in their lives we didn't deal with, and dealt with things in their lives that their predecessors didn't deal with. And I think we have to be very considerate about what they're going through. One of the things I keep hearing as we're talking about all this is how much easier things are to manage. We can move this here, we can move that there, we can consolidate this, we can scale that. It's great from an administrative point of view. It's great from an execution point of view. We're not here because we want to run a district. We're here because we want our students to be able to thrive. And when we separate that outcome from our efforts, we move down. There's a term in software that I won't say because we've already had our one profanity for the day. Encrapification. And the first phase of encrapification is that you focus your product on your user, and you can do everything for your user and make sure everything's great for them. And then after you do that, you realize, wait a second, people want to pay us for stuff. So you shift, you say the users are going to be fine, we're going to focus on the business. We're going to do everything we can to make sure the business will give us as much money as possible. And the users are fine, we're just making some strong considerations over here. But after a while, the business is doing okay, and you realize, I want an island. So I got to make sure I'm making as much money as possible, and the shift goes over towards, how do we make the business, our business, run best of all? And I worry when we start thinking about how we're going to make the district run better, we're moving down that line. Not that we're going to have an island. We don't have the money for it. But if we were to focus on remembering, our kids are the people that have to deal with the consequences of what we talk about here. And those consequences are going to be how they're going to deal with their friends, how they're going to find their first love, how they're going to deal with homework, how they're going to deal with being able to set up to do whatever they want to do, how they're going to make their parents happy doing whatever. And the community that we've built around them supports them in this. And the way that we approach this problem that we're dealing with right now affects them directly. And I just wanted to make sure we had that as something as we're talking about today.
I feel for you.
Thanks.
Because my younger son was in kindergarten when COVID hit. So I know as parents, we want to protect our children. Unfortunately, we kind of don't have control over it. Just like our children, they're really, when they were really, really little, their schooling was disrupted by a global pandemic. And as they're growing up, we are hit by the financial crisis. We wish they could have the life that some of us had, but now they already have to think about how to compete with AI for jobs. Change is scary, just like Natalie said. We can't protect them from everything. What we can do is help set up an environment where they can thrive. And I just want to note that I work very closely with our school district's facilities department. Our head of facilities goes around every single morning to all the schools to check them out. The staff here, they put the students first, always. And I really think that no matter what we do, some people will be happy, some people will not. But I hope you will trust us that everybody here, including administration, we are putting the students' needs first. We are making the hard decisions. So that's it.
I'm going to work my way back down here and then around to Glenn, and then I'll see if I have anything to say. Adam.
Thanks. There was a bit of talk about bias, and I have been thinking about that. I will not share, although most people can assume, what elementary school my kids went to, but I will share that both of them are now out of elementary school. But I think it's important for us to recognize that we all have our biases. We all have the strong community of elementary schools that we came through. And so I think that's important for us to just hold as we're making this decision. But I do want to respond again to that sort of that perceived bias in the presentation of the information. And I won't argue either way. What I will say is we asked the consultants and the administration to design something new. And I don't know if we said it explicitly, but we said, if you knew what we have to deal with now, knew the resources that we have available to us, what would you design for a system of the future that could be sustainable? And so, yeah, inherently there's going to be bias in that in the presentation, because that's the vision of what the administration thinks is the best way to deal with the needs that we have now and the constraints that we have now. But I would argue that it's not just about being easier to manage. I want to be really careful about that, because a lot of the presentations we've heard have not been about easier to manage. It's been about better ability to serve the needs of our students and to meet the concerns of our educators and to provide them the resources that they need as well. And I think that tail wags the dog, and that if you're providing the best for our students and you're supporting our teachers, it's going to be an easier system to manage. So they're not mutually exclusive. I think they support each other, and maybe something that's easier to manage actually gives you better outcomes for our students. So I wanted to sort of respond to that. And then I know we're going to continue around, but I just wonder if there's, most of the committee, I believe, has an opinion either way on the option. And so I just wonder if there's anything anybody might hear that might change their mind. And I'll share that there's probably not anything that I could hear. I mean, we've been hearing this for a long time now. There's probably not anything that I would hear that would help change my position on the option. I'm excited to talk about excited's not necessarily the I would prefer to talk about enrollment options, because I think there's a lot to figure out there.
Okay, so let me ask the question. Do you guys want to keep rolling on option, or are we ready to talk about enrollment? Okay, so show of hands if we need to still be talking about option. Okay, let's go to Vikram and wrap that up, and then we can shift to enrollment.
I think my concern with option 5 is the potential disruption of 2,400 students and their families and all the teachers and administrations that have spent years building up relationships, right? And to just break all of that and say, oh, we're going to this new way, and this new way is going to be better, I find that inherently frightening. If I was convinced that these established groups and relationships, there was going to be an emphasis on keeping those together, that might sway me in that direction. But I'm deeply frightened and concerned over saying we're going to disrupt all the lives of 2,400 students because we can't displace 300. It's not fair. We have to absolutely disrupt absolutely everybody. And that I just find really frightening. That, and also it seems that a lot of people are drawn to this district because there are these differing schools. That seems to be like the main draw to this school district. So I think tossing that out, I also find deeply concerning. I think, you know, if kids are going to largely remain in the same building, they'll see the same faces and the same friend groups. I think that's somewhat palatable to me, but I think disrupting the lives of absolutely everybody in the community and disrupting all friend groups, I think, to me, is just a hard no.
With that, I think we've solidly moved into talking about enrollment. Vikram, can I get you to pass that container back around? Let's send it to the other side, please. No, you can't have all the cookies. Thank you, by the way. Was it Greg who brought us cookies? Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Cookie for me, too. Send that around. Okay. Shall we just keep rolling around? I'll come back here because we jumped over Liz and then go to Lisa and then go around like that. Do you have any enrollment comments?
The one comment that I wanted to make, because I had, from email feedback and everything, I was pretty solidly in the geographical enrollment option if we went to the 5v2. After hearing so many of these comments, I'm sort of leaning toward more of like a hybrid, if we can flesh that out. And I'd be interested to see what potential options for that could be. Because I know that that's a lot of logistics. It's a lot of like, we're not necessarily going to go into every class and say like, okay, who are your three friends? But I'm just wondering how feasible that even is to, do more of a graduated option and then have the kids coming in be at geographic.
Andrew, would you like to comment on that?
Sure. Yeah. Been thinking a lot about this just because obviously if we did shift to a geographic system, it would be more dramatic of a change than what we're used to. So a couple things. One is, before we get into your question, I do want to try and offer some clarification about some of the steps that we anticipate taking if we did shift this, because I heard some questions and assumptions in the comments from the public. One is that map that we sort of showed that I think Peter drew, that was just for illustrative purposes. It's not the map, okay? It's just simply to demonstrate that it's that this idea that you could create sort of zones that would be assigned to specific schools. What would happen is we would, with your sort of blessing, and I hope you do give it, we would enlist the services of an organization, a company that actually does this professionally. That's what most school districts that do geographic systems do, especially when they have to change their boundaries. So for example, I grew up in Andover. Andover's been going through it for a couple of years with their changes. Westborough is currently doing it right now. And so we would enlist their services. So we would have professionals actually building lines. We're not walking around the neighborhoods trying to create lines. In addition to that, what we are very sensitive to is, and I'm appreciative of other people's thoughts, is creating geographic assignments that offer diversity, at least in terms of socioeconomics. And so you can do that in a variety of ways, because we clearly would want to be mindful of that. Knowing what some districts do, there's a couple things. One is there's flex zones. And two, you actually can create specifically based on the geography and the demographics of certain areas, assign certain areas based on certain density of demographics to specific schools to try and maximize that diversity. I think what I heard anecdotally is that, for example, like Westborough, they're creating like satellite neighborhoods that may be assigned to different schools to try and address that. So how we do that will depend on the specifics that we create and some of the criteria that we establish. But to be sure, we would view that process to be done professionally and thoughtfully and by people who know and have experience doing that. All right, that being said, a couple of things with geography. Been thinking about it a little bit. I don't know. I'm going to end this by saying I'm thinking right now of something that offers a little bit of softening of the edges. That being said, in some of the things where we talk about could we start just with kindergarten and sort of graduate it up, I don't think that that's practical. I totally understand why we'd want to consider it. I don't think that's practical. I've even been wondering, can you do geography for, K through 5 and then keep 6? I think even, again, that will be difficult for a variety of reasons, both in terms of transportation as well as some other logistics that we can talk about, whether it's, special ed program placement, siblings, things like that. But what we have thought about, and actually is based on an email that we got from one of our parent comments. So hopefully parents out there, you actually can be convinced that we are reading all of your emails. this is something that was suggested, and it sort of piqued our interest, was just this idea of a two-step system with geography. And basically, in a nutshell, is you base initially every assignment on geography. You create the zones, flex zones, all that other stuff, and you assign everybody to a school, and they get their assignment. After that, you do a stage 2, which we'll call right now sort of controlled flexibility. And then you give individual families the ability to say, I know what my assignment is. I would love to be considered, or I'd love my child to be considered for one of the other schools. And so there's a process where you say, I'm in school A, I'd love to be considered for school B or C. And what we do is we sort of collect that information. And there's some details to this, but in general, if you have sort of students and families with these sort of features, I'm in grade 3, I'm in grade 5, I'm whatever, in this school, and then you have corresponding families who would love to go to your school who have similar features that would allow for basically an equal swap. Do we allow for some of that where there's some controlled flexibility? That being said, I think we have to control for a couple of things in terms of not just class sizes and seats, but also, if you are on an IEP, if you'd receive certain services in a learning center or multilingual services, we wouldn't be able to do things where you'd all of a sudden sort of lean too heavily in terms of caseloads in one school or another. But you can sort of control for that and address that. That is an idea of some limited controlled sort of choice, not choice, but sort of flexibility that I think we could present to you as an option to consider. One of the things that we do have to clarify is that as a regional school district, we're obligated to provide transportation. One of the things that I think we'd have to clarify is if you were able to ask for the ability to change schools from your geographic school and given the choice, if you accept that choice, I think you'd have to waive transportation. You'd have to provide the transportation. We're not quite sure if we can actually require that yet because we're obligated to provide transportation. So we're asking DESE if that's something that we can say is, we'll provide transportation for your assigned school. If we give you the ability to choose a different school, can we require you to waive the ability to get transportation? The other piece that would have to be implemented based on my initial thinking is, if one of your children gets the ability to swap to a different school, you don't automatically get to bring your sibling with you. That you would actually, every individual sibling would have to go into that system and receive it on their own. Just because you can't say, oh, my 5th grader got it, so we're bringing the 2nd grader along with you. So potentially you could be in a situation where you'd have to choose, my 5th grader got school B, my 2nd grader is still in school A and didn't get to go to school B. Do I want to do that or not? So there's some choice involved. You can't just sort of bring them with you. That's some initial thinking around offering a little bit of softening of the edges, especially my sense is at the beginning where we're transitioning and where potentially families may be interested in considering a different school. One theory that may or may not come to fruition is as if we do a geography system that later on after 4 or 5 years and your peers are in your neighborhood, will there be sort of a continued interest in potentially going to one of the different schools? Maybe, maybe not. So it may or may not be something that is as necessary or as desirable down the road. But certainly I think at the beginning, it may offer some flexibility, not guaranteed flexibility, but some flexibility that softens kind of the transition to a geographic system. In a nutshell.
Thank you, Andrew. So Vikram, I was going to go to Lisa. We'll come back around. Yep. So go ahead, Lisa.
So when thinking about geographic distribution, it was really interesting when the enrollment options first came out because I really took a lot of time to think about it. I wanted to reach out and do a lot of perspective building as I've only been living in Acton for 4.5 years, and I wanted to ask people who have been here for a lot longer, what does the distribution look like? Is there a vast disparity in, wealth between North and South Acton? And, so I looked at census.gov, I looked at Zillow, house sales in the last 5 years, and there's definitely an outlier neighborhood in North Acton. But if you were to remove that, the median for, both sides look to me to be, not too far from each other. So I wanted to ask if there was somebody, in leadership that wanted to address this question too, because I spoke with a select board member, I spoke with a finance committee member. I've been trying to, perspective build, but I would like to hear from somebody that'd be willing to speak to this, because I think there are concerns about economic disparity between potential geographic zones.
Do you want to talk
Basically, I think as we develop zones that are assigned to schools, we can control for that. So especially since, given the way that our schools were sort of built geographically, they aren't built in neighborhood schools. Again, where I grew up, Sanborn Elementary was over here, and West was over here. So right now, our schools are within a mile of each other. So we can say, let us look at the map of Acton and Boxborough. To be sure, I think there is some logic to say, if you are within walking distance of, say, the Boardwalk campus, there's some logic to say, let's not take somebody who's living next door on Spruce Street and put them over to Parker Damon. But that being said, you can still control and say whether it's a satellite neighborhood or whether you sort of draw a very creative map, you can easily account for that. And that's where we would take those sort of professional organizations that do this for a living and say, here's the criteria, this is how we want you to build it. And the flex zones. So that's the other piece that we've been encouraged, is to really think about sort of very generous areas where if you live in a particular zone, you could be asked to attend one of two schools, not one of three, but one of two schools. And that based on class size, based on a variety of other factors, you could be assigned to one or the other. Clearly, once you go in, your sibling would probably go to that school. But before you have any siblings, the district would have the flexibility to, again, control for the things that we want to control for.
Thank you. And I had one more question. Should I save it for the next round?
That'd be great, because maybe somebody else has the same
Yes.
question. Thanks. Glenn, you're up.
So I'm leaning towards the geographical-based enrollment, but one question I had with the lottery system, how often would that happen? So if instead of geographic, there's another option is lottery-based system, but can we just expand on that a little bit? I read into it a little bit, but there's yeah.
I think there might be two things kind of coming into play here. One, in the geography-based system, a pure geography-based system, there is no lottery. That there's no more lottery in the district. It's just where you live is kind of where you get assigned. And if you're in the flex zone, I think what Andrew just said is, if you have a sibling, you're going where your sibling was already assigned. If you don't have a sibling, the district has some control over keeping class sizes balanced between schools, things like that, which is one of the strengths of what we currently have. What I think Andrew was just talking about was this idea is if we had some controlled choice within a geographical assignment, then there would have to be a process to collect, information for families who want their students to be considered for other schools, and that would be might be more where you get into, I don't know if I would call it a pure lottery. It's more about trying to match up transfers.
Lakshmi? Okay. Andrew?
I don't think there's a better opportunity for us to induce trauma in our students than to reallocate them everywhere. Can we do it to the teachers too? Can we make them all go to different schools also? I'm concerned about the geography because I think that it's going to not just affect enrollment, it's going to have an impact on the towns themselves outside of our schools. Because as you build out these, say we've got the two buildings, as you build out the draws for the two buildings and the people that are going to these buildings, the socioeconomic matrix inside this community varies. And even though we can create opportunity areas and other opportunity areas, we'll end up with one school that does one thing and one school that does something else in one way or another. I've, as an adult with children, have lived in 3 communities, this being the 3rd, that have undergone some kind of geographic reallocation. I lived in Cincinnati. We lived in a great part of town, but we were a block away from a really not great part of town. And the school that was in this not really great part of town is where our kids would have gone. And we moved because we didn't want them to go there. We wanted them to be able to have a better opportunity. We came here and found ourselves in Waltham, where they also did a redistricting. It wasn't so impactful for us, But the people that we knew that were there ended up like petitioning their superintendents, yelling and fighting, and some people moved 2 blocks over to be in the right neighborhood, to go to the right school that they wanted to go to. The impact of re-enrollment based on geography goes outside the lifespan of kids in schools and goes into the property values, the methods of people developing in the area, and what happens inside this town, and also creates a different kind of schism that will exist between the people that live in this area and live in that area. And also, Boxborough is not part of this. And that creates another kind of barrier with those folks. You mentioned soft, you mentioned something. It would be great to find a different way than pure geography to look at this, because I think that solving our problem creates more problems in the community that we live in.
I actually have 2 questions. Number one is, should we choose re-lottery? What happens to the families who chose a school, but the school's over it's over the school's capacity, which happens now, right? I guess that's going to be like a second time to be disappointed. The other question I have is that if we go to geographically assigned schools, does that mean we're going to cut down the bus routes? I won't be yes?
So your first one is, if we did an initial complete relottery, yes, that is, you're preserving sort of the open enrollment system, and you're just saying, because we have we're going down to schools and we want to, for whatever reason, ask everyone to participate in that. You're saying, please, rank the schools that still exist. And my prediction is that, similar to what we have now, is you will have some families who get their preferred choice, and then you'll have a number of families who don't. And so it's just simply another and again, are we preserving things like walking distance preferences, things like that, so some have a little bit of additional weight. That was one option. In terms of the geography, I think presumably because we can actually control for the actual areas, I think the prediction comfortably is that transportation routes would be cut down.
Right, just to follow up really quickly. So for re-lottery, the students who will be placed in specific programs, they won't be able to choose anyways, correct?
Correct. So if you have a student who still receives services through the Connections program or through Pathways, whatever school is attached to that program would be assigned there, correct?
Thank you.
Lakshmi's got a hand up. I'm going to circle back to her, and then I'll come to you next, Leela. Okay.
So a couple of things. So our goal as a school committee is to maintain all 5 elementary schools at pretty much about the same, right? We're not talking about one school being better than the other, but there are external factors, like Andrew mentioned, that some neighborhoods can cause a school to be depressed if you have neighborhood. So Andrew, when you look at your statistics, is it possible by any kind of algorithm you use that we would look at one school being in a kind of such a bad place? Like you see them in cities, right? But is it possible in Acton? Do we have to worry?
I don't have the data to tell you how you would draw the map and if that's possible. I think that, again, we would speak to the fact that there's organizations that do this. I would like to think that, as Andrew Schwartz mentioned, we're not unique in the sense that, communities develop in ways where there's probably clusters where there's certain, higher affluence areas and other areas where it's more rental properties and things like that. And so I think we would seek out advice to say, what is the best method of trying to mitigate that?
Okay.
I can't guarantee that they'll say, yep, this is how you do it, but I'd like to think that we're not unique in that expectation.
But given where we are, I don't think that should be a concern. So I just wanted to make sure we lay it on the table that is not something that we have to be worried about, that by giving a geographic allocation to for students, we would be in that scenario where we have one school being better than the others naturally. The other one is property values. We care about schools, not property values. And if all the schools are performing well, why do we have to worry about property values? Our goal is schools, right? Schools and kids. So I lost my frame of thought. I'll let Leela take. Yeah.
Leela, you didn't put a hand up, but I'm calling on you anyway. It's your chance.
Yeah, I am having emerging thoughts around this idea of like bad schools and what that might mean for Acton, and just wanting to explicitly name that often schools that don't perform as well by standard metrics are because they're underfunded or in communities where folks aren't making as much money. And so I think that's where the thoughtfulness around how we're creating schools that are intentional around socioeconomic distribution comes in. Yeah, struggling a little bit with that. I am interested in the geographic enrollment option, and yeah, I think that there are definitely some questions. I think one of the things that stood out to me, and maybe this is beyond the purview of what the school committee is going to talk about, was around how teachers also get distributed. And I don't know what their preference is, and I would be curious, understanding that teachers are not a monolith, but if there was a preference, by and large, to stay with other educators who they have built relationships with, if that could be an option. If everyone's really excited to meet new people, then like that's great too. So I'm thinking about that piece, and yeah, I mean, I think I'm most comfortable with the geographic lottery, and also thinking about how we as a school committee, given limited resources, are able to adequately fund support systems for the people implementing, as well as the students experiencing. I'm thinking about the MLK quote that Kira said that Andrew quoted around budgets being moral documents, and wondering how that's going to play out. And I know we're going to talk about our budget at our next meeting. So those are some of my thoughts.
Yeah, let me speak to a couple of those things. Interestingly, whoever decided that the job description for the deputy superintendent should be both personnel and enrollment, I'd like to have a conversation with them.
And public records.
And public records and policy. In no particular order, Leela, thank you for those questions. The issue with personnel really will depend on, certainly what is our enrollment plan? What is the enrollment plan that you all decide? And then what we have to figure out is that inherent tension of, let's say we do geography or we do something that does involve a more substantial mixture of students. Then the question that we have to ask ourselves is, to what degree does perhaps having staff from the different sending original schools being at those new schools support and are in service of that new combination? And so that would probably speak to a more substantial shifting of staff assignments. That being said, and I just wrote to the staff today about it, we also appreciate that from a staff perspective, individuals may have preferences in terms of, an individual teacher may say, for me, it doesn't matter what school, I prefer a certain grade. Others may say, I don't care what grade, I just would love a particular school. And others might say, I don't care about grade or school, I hope that I can still continue to work with these three individuals with whom I've developed really strong, close professional relationships with. So there's a variety of those things that we have to weigh, as well as, which I think have value because you want the teachers to feel empowered in a way that their surroundings and their work environment sort of feels like it's in service of their being at their best. With the reality that if we do have a more substantial change in student placements, is there value, which I think that my gut tells me that the answer is yes, of having individuals from their original schools being present to speak to that. The second piece that Peter and I just started talking about is, are there things, at least this one-time spring and summer transition, and also the investment involved financially, of how we can invest in time and support to give those teachers the ability to do that transitional work. We haven't really come up with the details yet. It will probably come with a bit of a price tag, appropriately so, in terms of if and when we do create those decisions around staff changes that correspond with student changes. What does that look like in terms of funding that appropriately? Sorry, Peter, if you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, I think, one of the things I've been thinking about recently, and I started to talk to Andrew about, and I started to talk to Heather Stuck about, because Heather is kind of coordinating our community wellness working group that we're starting around how we make whatever transition we're coming into. And one of the things I've been thinking about, I think there might be an opportunity as we go into spring to think really carefully about class placements for next year in either model. And I actually want to separate out models for a minute and just talk about thinking about how we place students, and to be able to, in a way, almost bring, educators together, within grade levels across the schools, to be able to collaborate with each other around creating cohorts within classrooms where there are students who might know each other and can benefit. And that could work in option 4, it could work in option 5. I want to be clear that I'm not advocating a position on this, but I do think there might be an opportunity to think about how we could collaborate to create really intentional classroom groups that kids know each other and they have an opportunity to start to meet some of the new students, because in either option there's going to be new students, and I think there's ways we can work on that. I think, in terms of educators, we're certainly going to need to think about a lot of things in terms of placement of educators, again, in either option. And one is, I think we need to think about certainly what educators are prioritizing themselves for their own professional careers and personal lives and things like that are really important. I also think we're going to need to think about what our students are going to need in terms of transition. And if we have students going into new groups and new schools, are there ways to try and make sure that our students have some familiar faces that they know in those schools, who can kind of be that person each day as the transition's taking place, to be able to be the person in the hallway that they see, even if it's not their classroom teacher, it's still someone that they can see on a regular basis who knows them and recognizes them and can kind of be there as kind of an anchor. And then I think the other thing, we're really trying to think about is, the critical step, and we're going to talk about this when we get into calendar, of how do we transition into the school year in either model, I think is going to be really critical. And so we've built in the proposed calendar, we've built in additional time. It's not a lot because we don't have that much time to move around, but we did move the traditional November professional day up out of the school year to the beginning of the school year, to at least give more professional time to educators to start to form some of the communities. And again, that's independent of options, because the bottom line is there still will be new communities getting formed. So we're at a stage where, now that we've narrowed some of the options, we're really trying to think through how can this work, where we can, I think one of the things I'm trying to think about is how can we give our teachers more agency over how this transition works, and really thinking through how we need to support students through that change. So, I want to talk some ideas through principals before we can give any definitive answers to what that looks like, but I'm hoping we can also get some educator voice in the thinking around how we can move students thoughtfully, I think is going to be really important.
So something I'm thinking about is, what is it like to build a new school community together? And how does our decision about how we make that composition out of where we are today, whatever that move looks like, what does that look like? So, as we look at, there are some models that maybe only move a smaller number of students and a smaller number of educators. And a big question I have in that case would be, if they're moving into an area that has a lot of students and families and educators and administrators who've been together for a long time, how would the newcomers be received with equal voice in forming a new school? Or would they just be asked to assimilate into what's already there? That is a real question I have as I'm thinking about what's our next move for how do we reorganize people to then build the next thing. And then conversely, I think if we do something that touches every single person in the district, what do we do to support that transition? I think there's a difference in going through a shared challenge together. It's hard. And I say this as somebody who was a military family for a very long time, a dual military family. My husband and I both served, and that meant that we deployed together and that we left our kids with my parents for a year. And I think about what that experience was like, and what that experience was like, for my parents who were 2.5 hours from the base where we were stationed, versus the families that were at the base and went through that deployment together. The military just has very strong networks for that. We got way more practice than we needed for years and years and years. But I do think back to what it's like to be a community that comes together to work through something that's hard. And as much as I know we've had some really hard conversations, and that there are, there are some relationships that are suffering right now, I also have really strong belief in our ability to do that if we are really thoughtful about how we do it and how we resource it. And I know you're already starting to think about it. So those are two things that I'm weighing on how the enrollment piece might play out. Those are actually things that I would love to hear people's thoughts on, because that's what's been rattling around in my head.
I want to talk about transportation quickly. We all remember that 85% of our transportation costs get reimbursed by the state. So while there may be some financial savings by having geographic schools because we have fewer bus routes, the savings are not necessarily as significant as one might think, because we only pay for 15% of the transportation cost. I think there may be some really good potential time savings and obviously reduction of routes. So I think that's one thing I'm considering around transportation as it pertains to it not necessarily being a panacea of cost savings. And then, thinking between the lottery and the geographic, when we started this, I wouldn't have even thought that a geographic distribution of students would have been something that even the community would have considered, and I'm frankly surprised by the number of people who have come out who support that. So it's got me thinking about it. But at the same point, as I mentioned before, one of the amazing things about the communities that we have now is people choose to be in those communities. And that provides for a different level of passion and ownership from those communities. And that's a positive and a negative, right? We do something wrong, we've got a group of people who are already banded together ready to come and let us know that we did something inappropriate. But at the same point, it does provide for a really strong cohort of people to do what's best for those schools. And I'm thinking about this not just in terms of the depth of disruption, again, for the next 6 years, but what does it look like over the next 10, 15, 20 years, 50 years? We are unique in the Commonwealth that we have this, and I don't know if that's good or not. I mean, we could ask some realtors if that's a benefit, and I think some of them might say yes. But we're different, and sometimes being more similar makes it easier for people who are transitioning into the community to understand how the system works. And I think we've heard feedback from some parents who say, oh, we moved in here, we had no idea what choice was, or we thought we had a choice, but we didn't get a choice, and so there's already some unhappiness there. A lottery system would allow for even a full re-lottery, which I think feels scary, but it does allow for communities to self-select together. And so there is some actual greater agency there. So for people who may be concerned that their school has gone away or their school community might be disrupted, there's some agency that allows them to say, yeah, but, hey, I've got this really strong community of people who have already talking to, let's just pick this building. And so you end up relottering everybody, and you probably end up with fairly homogenous groups today, which I'm curious about because, as we saw in the paperwork, there's another 12 to 18 months of revisioning what these new schools look like. And it may actually be, I don't want to say easier, but we may actually be able to retain some of those things that we've heard from community members that are special about some of those schools, because those people who value those things choose to be together. There's the other side of that, which is you then have some selective segregation, which we've sort of heard positives and negatives about. I'm not as worried about that, only because I feel like we're going to be in much larger communities. You're going to be in a 900 student building as opposed to a 450 student school. And so there's sort of a nice sort of, I think that gets diminished a bit. And then the last thing that I think about as someone who actually moved into Acton originally and then moved to Boxborough after his kids were in the school in that town, one of the greatest things about full regionalization, K to 12 regionalization, is that over the past few years, we've really had this us versus them, the Boxborough-Acton divide get diminished, and we've blended those communities really well. And so it's really nice to have Acton families at the Blanchard School, and it's really nice to have Blanchard kids in the Acton schools. And while that might be possible with geographic constrained choice, all of that, I think there's something to be said about having, retaining that choice and having that ability to more intermingle our students between the two towns. That being said, I also really like just I don't want to say simplicity, but the standardization of the geographic. So I'm undecided at this point. Those are the two that I'm weighing, and I am trying to think about these both as sort of the short-term challenges, but then also the long-term, what's going to be best for us in the long term. What happens if populations increase in some part of town and we have to go in and redistrict? And what type of public outrage will we see when we have to redistrict? I kind of think that having choice, as we've heard from other feedback, having that choice allows us to better balance the populations between our schools. So there's a benefit there. Maybe we go longer before we have to do something fairly drastic, but when we do, we have a lot of very passionate parents who love their school, and so you have to deal with that. That's where my head is at, and I'll just point out it's 10:16, so as we're thinking about time.
To Adam's point, the transportation is really largely picked up by the state, right? We pay 15%, which really is a pittance and a rounding error on our overall budget, right? So essentially transportation is free. So whether we have more routes or fewer routes really makes no difference. So I'm just curious, what problem are we solving by doing things by geographic locations? Like what problem is there that this is purportedly going to resolve? That's number one. The second thing is, if we do go ahead with this, does that mean all the kids in Boxborough now will predominantly go to Blanchard? And isn't that something that to your point, that worked really hard to assimilate Acton-Boxborough? Is this in fact going to have the opposite effect of what we had initially intended by now siloing Boxborough children to Blanchard and all the Acton kids to Acton, right? Because if we're doing proximity, essentially that will be what happens. It'll be Blanchard and then, and then the Boardwalk campus for Boxborough kids, and that's it, right? So could somebody please answer that question? And then I'll follow up.
Since you want to tackle that?
The second piece of the question, I would leave, that's actually kind of more your discussion than mine, in terms of, that value. In terms of bus service, I think you're dead on, and we learned this last year in the elementary budget task force that, where Nate Levinson had told the group, if you want to move away from school choice for whatever reason, but not because it's financial, because we are getting 85 to 90 cents on the dollar reimbursed by the state for every dollar we spend. So it's not a financial thing. I think there is an acknowledged benefit for many students in shortening bus routes. Because you're no longer doing long cross-town transports. You're actually when you go geography, even though our schools aren't neighborhood schools, you're taking a quadrant of a community and moving to a school as opposed to trying to pick students up, and you're not transporting North Acton students to Blanchard and things like that. So there's some benefit in terms of bus routes, I think.
But if we're trying to remove siloing, right, and sort of having these pockets of this is my school and that's that, is this in fact going to have that exact effect, right? Right now, my son has friends coming from different parts of Acton and Boxborough to his school, and they're all his classmates. They're not all just neighborhood kids. They're coming from, you know, wide ranging backgrounds, rich and poor, and different, you know, skin colors and so on and so forth. I'm afraid that if we go towards a geographic thing, then that will just be homogenized. These are like the wealthy houses, and they all go to this school, and these are all the rental units, and they all go to that school. And I don't see how that would be avoided if we do the geographic thing.
To answer your first question, having read a lot of letters, what I was picking up out of an interesting theme I was picking up, and it actually came out of Boxborough first. So you remember the Veterans Day letters and the question that we asked back about what do you love about your school? And what came back was a very overwhelming conversation about what it meant to have a school where you went to school with largely your neighbors. And I'm hearing you saying you're an exception to that, but a lot of people wrote back and said this is what we love. Like it's the people that live in our town and that are our neighbors that we go to school with, and we have this tight relationship with the community. And it was interesting because I started thinking about that because I'm like, you know, I've actually heard that longing out of a couple of the Acton letters. That's interesting because, yeah, geographic was not on my mind at all when we started this either. And then as that came out in the packet, that's actually something that's come back, is there are people who've wrote to us and shared that they find it frustrating that they don't know the other families in their neighborhood because their kids will go to different schools. So it's a theme that's out there in the letters. I can't speak to it from any personal experience. My kids are older, but I think that's something I could summarize that we've seen as a reason that people are like, this is something that we might be interested in.
Oh, and I'll just say this one last thing. I myself went to, you know, I walked to school with 13 kids in my block, and everybody's house, everybody's parents were my parents, and that's how I grew up. And I really wish that for my kids. However, in our neighborhood, houses are rather far apart. I am an advocate for kids, you know, in the neighborhood going to the same school. I think that's a really good thing, and I'm a staunch proponent of that. But I do fear this pocketing that may result from that. So I think that's something that we need to be cognizant of as we move forward.
Okay, I'm going to move around here, and I'm just going to echo Adam's comment that it is 10:20 and we still have to vote on things. Lakshmi.
Exactly. That's.
Sorry, Lisa. Yep. Sorry. Thank you for catching that, Lisa. Go.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, just to answer what you were asking us to go around and think about, I think when these enrollment options initially came out, I did think, well, initially, if you just sprinkle, the students of the building that are shut down into the other schools, I was worried about bullying, them being the others, and and entering these already established social groups and this social dynamic that is pre-existing them. And then when I was looking at the one-time re-lottery, I think my biggest question was, and then what? What's the long-term solution here? Because I understand how a lot of people feel compelled to want to have choice if that's what they're accustomed to, but we do hear from so many people, and I think from my ties with still remaining active with ABFN, I hear from people that have young kids who have not yet entered the school system saying, this is so overwhelming, having all these choices, what does it all mean? And just to kind of echo the sentiments about going to school with neighbors, I am a little sad. I have a really nice neighborhood, and we're friendly with the people across the street and next to us, and none of our kids, like a lot of them, get on the bus together, but they're going to 3 different schools on those super long bus routes. That it would be nice if those bus routes were a little bit shorter. So transportation cost, even if that's not a benefit, I think the shorter times would be great. And I just just think that going back to the re-lottery, I think the concern that I had when I was thinking about it is if we're trying to take the best of everything and we're thinking about, taking the best practices and all of that we have, just this wealth of experiences and best practices from all of our schools, and we're truly building something new with option 5E2, should that be the one that we vote for. Essentially, what are people choosing if we were to keep open enrollment? What would they be really choosing? It might just come down to a building, and if all the buildings are centrally located, when we were driving from one building to another doing the tours, it didn't take us very long to go from one building to another. So it just, to me, it seems like it would just come down to a building. And then I wonder if people would just pick, I would want the same building where I was before, and then wouldn't we just end up getting the same? And so I think that was my reasoning as I was kind of fleshing it out and looking through all of these different things. And I think the last point I want to make on all of that is a lot of people are saying, well, if we did geographic distribution, gosh, who would my kids know? And I would say, probably a lot of people. Do your kids do activities? Do your kids do sports around town? Do you associate with your neighbors or are friendly with your neighbors? Your kids will know people. We inevitably know a lot of people from our kids' different activities. And so it's just, your kids will have people that they know. And especially if it were geographic, and thinking about Acton students, you have almost like a 50-50 shot, between you're going to either building, there's going to be, a high probability you're going to definitely know people in the other building, especially because of the grade banding. So just want people to keep that in mind.
I'll pause here just in case Glenn wanted to say something before I skip anybody else. You're okay?
Oh.
Okay, go for it, Lakshmi.
Do we have to decide the enrollment policy tonight?
We're not deciding anything tonight. Okay. We're just talking until we're all completely exhausted.
Because I think it's getting to the point of diminishing returns. So I think.
Thanks for that. Yeah. Okay, let me just kind of look around the room. Andrew?
I just want to make sure that we remember the kids in this, because some of the things we're talking about tonight, we're taking away their schools, we're taking away their buildings, we're taking away their friends, we're taking away their teachers, we're taking away their libraries, we're taking away their cultures. It's important for us to understand how we fit everybody back together. And yeah, on the second day, on the other side of change, everybody adapts. Everybody adapts. But we have to keep in mind where we can sit here and say, geography, satellite towns, this, that. Our kids are the ones right now who need to deal with that change for them. And they are kids, and they are not necessarily aware of how quickly things change. They enter into a space they think is going to stick around for a while. There's nothing constant, obviously, in life. We're adults, we know this. We have to be cognizant of that. And the other side of it, the decisions that we make right now will impact how the towns we live in are structured outside of the schools. There is a greater weight for this decision than just putting kids in these buildings right now. And I know we have a vendor that we've been talking to about doing some of this stuff, and I know there's additional research. I would like to know more about how this decision impacts more than just the schools before we go ahead and make a decision on anything with this. That's all.
I just want to say it's 10:27, and I once heard a very wise person say, if you go ahead and look in the recordings, anything that's said after 10:30 should never have been said.
Not yet. Accept a motion to do something.
I will not be accepting that motion at this time. All right.
Can we just temp check whether folks are ready to keep
move
pushing?
on? Yeah. Okay, so show of hands of ready to move on. Show of hands of something really pressing. How fast can you say it, Vikram?
I can say it very quickly. I just want to finish up with one thing. I saw the movie Home Alone with my kids over the winter break. And, the mother goes, oh, Dennis, and she's going and traveling, trying to find, get back to her son, right? And then, of course, along the way, she runs into John Candy, right? She says, I'm such a horrible mother. Have you ever done anything like this to your child? And John Candy says, well, once we left our son at a mortuary for the entire day, you know. And he said, oh, but kids are resilient. You know, after 8 weeks, he started talking again. So, to your point, Andrew.
All right. On that note, it must be time to talk about the first read of the school calendar. Who gets to tell us about that?
So the school calendar is in your packet. You know, knowing that we need to be considering how we can at least best situate our educators to start the school year, we moved the November professional day to the start of the school year. That was something that ABA had suggested to us as well. We were thinking along the same lines, so that was good. ABA has reviewed the calendar. There was some feedback from them that's been incorporated. There's notably the Friday before Labor Day in our contract, because of our start dates, needs to be a no school day. So that has been incorporated. So you'll see the 4-day long weekend around Labor Day. You will also see the traditional holidays and no school days incorporated onto the calendar, and then the first and last days of the school year. So outside of that, it's, you know, there's no changes in terms of how we develop the calendar. It's the same plan that we've been following for, you know, several years now, and with the exception of that one professional day being moved.
Any comments or questions on the calendar? Andrew?
December 23rd, what's our absence level on that half day before Christmas? Either one, actually. I just wonder, because a half day before that, is it better for us to kill that last half day? I know we need to have 11:30. Is it better for us to kill that last half day on the 23rd? And just have a full day 22nd, have that last day on the 23rd gone instead of a half day, considering the kind of trends for attendance?
The only concern I have is how we end the school year, and how late that starts to get. You know, we're scheduled to end on June 17th now. If we push that another day, that's the Friday. You know, Juneteenth next year is on a Saturday, so that's not actually one of the federal, I mean, it's a federal holiday, but it's not one of the ones that...
Does that balance over to Monday?
It does not, no. And so, but we have to plan up to 5 additional days. And if we ended up with that, we'd be going to June 25th, which is a really, really late end of the school year. So, you know, we could certainly do that, but it has an impact on the other side.
I'd love to know the value of that day other than to have a day logged in the calendar of being here.
It's to meet DESI requirements.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
DESI.
All right, anything else on the calendar?
When does feedback need to be provided on this so that it can be ready for our next meeting?
That's a great question, Adam.
I would say midweek next week, if you have feedback. We need to post the next meeting next Friday. So, you know, Tuesday would be preferable.
All right, thanks. Peter, elementary bell times, do you want to talk that?
Yeah, I'll just briefly say it, and I'll turn it over to Sherry for details. But our buses are running late every single day. And, you know, transportation has been trying everything they can do to get the buses to the elementary schools, particularly in the afternoon, on time. They cannot do it. There's no way they can adjust their times. And so, you know, the reality is we've talked a lot before, and there was a real push in this community to move high school and junior high start times later, knowing adolescent sleep is really critical. And so had been in the past very little interest about moving secondary times earlier. I would concur with that as well. But the reality is either we would just move the elementary time 10 minutes later, or we would just run our buses 10 minutes late every day and frustrate everyone. So unfortunately, there's no other solution we have other than to just move the time 10 minutes later.
The only thing I would add to that is just a couple examples. Like when they leave the high school, they can't start the engine until 2:53, and pickup time or dismissal time is 3:20. Right now, we're having a hard time, even just on Haywood Street, trying to get to the end of Haywood and pull on to, sometimes we're not even getting there till 3 o'clock to pull on to Route 27. And if you have a student that lives just about into Maynard, and then you have another student that lives on the other side of like North Acton, and you have to get back to the school, we're having a really hard time getting back to those schools on time. The 10 minutes will absolutely help us. So when Peter said there's nothing else changed on the calendar, there really isn't, except the bell times are changed on the top of the calendar to reflect what we're asking.
Thanks. Questions or comments? Okay.
I think it just resolves a source of frustration for everyone, families, schools. We can get this done.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, next AMP. Who gets that one?
I can talk to that. So I'll try and be really brief because I recognize the time. As you know, when we designed the Boardwalk campus, there was a battery plus solar array planned for that campus. We have been working on that project for the better part of 7 years now. We learned earlier this fall that it was not going to move forward based on permitting at the town of Acton level, where the final permit was not approved. And so that was over concerns of the location of the battery, just to be clear. And I think we've talked about that before. Nexamp tried to revise pricing for us. The pricing actually ended up almost double of what we were going to pay for. We've been working with solar companies on new power purchase agreements to add solar on the rooftop here, potentially explore more canopies around campus and try and reduce our electricity costs. But the cost of doing that at Boardwalk was prohibitive based on what Nexamp was offering. So we need to go ahead and terminate our agreement with them. Nexamp actually has provided feedback to our attorney on this termination agreement. So you're seeing an agreement that actually includes feedback from both. There is a late change that is now uploaded to your packet, even as of 2 o'clock today, but that has been thoroughly vetted by both our attorneys and Nexamp attorneys. We don't foresee any challenges from Nexamp. They know the cancellation is coming. They're aware of it, and they understand. We will pursue new options. I don't have a timeline or horizon for that. We're pretty focused on other things right now. But we certainly want to pursue other options. It just would not include a battery, and we would lose revenue from that. So that's kind of the story behind that.
Vikram.
Is there hope for battery storage going forward? And wasn't that part of the deal with the new Boardwalk campus that we would have that? And I know there's an issue of where the batteries can be placed and all that stuff. Could you speak to that just shortly or briefly, I guess?
Yeah, I don't see a path forward on battery unless permitting requirements come from the state of Massachusetts that would allow it. I know that, the state has talked about granting a lot more flexibility over batteries, but that doesn't exist right now. So I don't see a path forward for that. That does mean that we likely are not going to end up being the net zero energy that we had hoped for.
Adam?
I would like to move to terminate the battery storage agreement with Nexamp and request that the administration continue to search out options for renewable energy on the Boardwalk campus.
Seconded.
All right, so that was moved by Adam and Vikram got in there. So seconded by Vikram. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Nice timing, Lisa. Okay, that motion passes. Okay, before I hit the consent agenda, next meeting, we are voting. We are voting on an option. We're going to deliberate. We'll talk about it. We are going to vote on which reorganization option we're going to select, and then, if appropriate, we will talk about and vote the related enrollment. And then we are going to have the budget. It is going to be another very awesome meeting. So come ready to do that. And also, read Julie's email tomorrow. Important information. She keeps us organized. Okay. And stay hydrated. Yeah, that's always good. Yes, she does. Yes, thank you to Julie for taking care of us. Okay. Consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda do not usually require discussion and are approved with one vote unless any member would like to hold an item for discussion in a separate vote. I will read each item, and if a member would like it held, please say hold. Members do not have to have attended a meeting to vote on the minutes. Item A, approval of Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee meeting minutes from 12/18/25.
Hold.
All right, that one is held. You're gonna make me follow the rules here. Okay. Item B, Acton-Boxborough Friends of Music $2,500 donation to AB Music Department. Okay. Item C, donation of $3,696 from Mark Lawrence Photographers to RJ Gray Junior High School. Item D, recommendation to approve budget transfer per policy DJB. Item E, approval of warrants is presented in the packet on January 8th, 2026. Okay. The following item has been held and will be voted on separately. That would be item A, the approval of our meeting minutes. We will vote the remaining items on consent. Is there a motion to approve the consent
Move
agenda?
to approve items
Second.
B through E.
Thank you, Adam, and help me with the second. Thank you, Vikram. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great, so that's unanimous, and let's go back and talk about meeting minutes.
I don't know if I'm having technical issues or I'm technically challenged. I am not seeing Andrew's letter attached to the minutes.
So it's down at the bottom, documents used, and you should see it at the bottom there.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, yes, yes, so, and thank you for asking that question, because we had somebody ask that in an email as well, so that's how to find it when you're looking for documents, and if you want to read our entire elevator speech from April, that'll be in this one. Okay.
Move to approve ABRSC meeting minutes of 12/18/25.
Second.
Thank you, Adam, thank you, Yenshin, all in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
That was Leela.
Leela, oh, that was Leela, wow, I didn't even look, and you... Third time's a charm. Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great.
Somebody?
Move second.
Okay, I heard him that was Glenn, thank you. Yes, that was Leela. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, everybody.